Everybody. It's Wednesday, August the 3rd, and I call the special commissioners court meeting to order to discuss the budget. So, I have asked Julie if she wouldn't mind saying a prayer for us this morning, so we can stand for that and remain standing for the pledge.
Father God, we just ask that you be with us today, Lord, as we push through the hard times of budget. Each year it comes with moans and groans, Lord. We hope, Lord, that we can just make it through it, Lord, and just to be responsible with the tasks that we are elected and appointed to do, Lord. We just ask that you give each and every one of the commissioners peace as they go through this process, and the rest of us as well. Be with us this day. It's in Christ's name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honoring the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, this is your favorite time of year, I know. So I'm going to start off with some real exciting news already. I'm pregnant. and that is the best news you're going to hear all. So, starting off with that. However, I do read this book every day. It's called Jesus Calling. And for some reason, today's date, August the 3rd, this is what it says. I think we all need to keep this in mind. Watch your words diligently. Words have such great power to bless or to wound. When you speak carelessly or negatively, you damage others as well as yourself. This ability to verbalize is an awesome privilege granted only to those I created in my image. You need help in wielding this mighty power responsibly. And it goes on, but that's just kind of just a little touch of what God can do for us. So just bear with us today and tomorrow as we go through this, and know that your words will be received of light. Okay, so we're starting out way under where we need to be, about $2 million. Okay? So that's obviously not a good thing. So I have cut several things out. Some of you don't know, but I have. And so we're going to go one by one, right down the line here, and see what we can come up with, okay? We will start, you can put this on the screen, Carrie. Is it okay with y'all? We just start with the very first one, county judge, and go down. Carrie, the thing that's on the screen is the same thing in our book right here too. Correct. Okay. If anybody has their cell phone, please silence it. I understand that sometimes. I have mine today only because I need to communicate with Shannon. So. Okay, so we'll start with that. Everyone's retirement went up, correct, Katie? So there's a retirement increase in each, the rate. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
I believe it was 13.95% last year, and it's 14.35% this year.
Okay.
What caused that increase, Carrie?
The drop in interest rates, we're still trying to recover from the 2008 drop in interest rates, and our retiree increases, we have to finance them for 2025 years, so we raise that as well.
And I'm not asking for anything. I have a chair there, but we're taking that out. I can stand up, yeah. I don't need manager. Okay, and then commissioners?
Carrie, I'm sorry, I just wanna make sure, so you're on the detailed version, not on just the general fund, is where you're at on this
Right.
spreadsheet.
I'm on the line item.
The line items, okay, I just wanna make sure.
Page 13.
Page 13.
Commissioner?
Oh, and I did reduce my travel, education travel down to 2,000, right, Carrie?
Yes.
Yeah. So this next year's, trip is gonna be to Lubbock, and that's a decent trip. And inexpensive. Okay. Okay, so county commissioners,
Is there a reason we raised the dues 500?
We had to do a budget adjustment this year just because some of the associations are increasing their dues.
any other questions on that?
Carrie, I'm comparing the detailed, so I'm on page 15 and comparing against the general fund, the line item where it rolls up. And I see the general operating expense, is that what's rolled into the dues with the increase? Okay, all right. Everything else is staying the same on my budget, so we're not asking for any capital.
Okay, and then human resource. Education travel. Okay, you have it at 4,000 for next year.
Yes, yes, which is what we had it, set previously. We still have a TCDRS, meeting in July that we haven't expended anything on for this year.
Okay,
And
are you gonna use the whole amount?
you should. Now, I did reduce, stationery and supplies because we budgeted, we've come out every year with money in balance, and so I have backed that off, out of respect for the need to cut where we can, so I feel like we can,
Oh, last year an increase, is that right?
Stationary and supplies, 3,500 this.
yeah, it was, we had it
Okay,
at 5,000.
okay.
Um,
So, but what I'm asking is you still gonna need the 4,000 in your,
I
you
believe
can't
so.
cut it at all?
Might be able to do, cut back to 3 maybe. If it's
Will that,
really necessary.
will that,
Well, that, we'll just have to be very cognizant of, where, what trainings we attend.
I'm sorry, it sounds like it's little things, but it's the little things that eventually add up.
I realize that.
That takes care of your designated travel that you spoke of.
For TCDRS. Yes. We don't do TCDRS every year. It's been probably 3 years since I've seen anybody do TCDRS, and I would like to be able to go ahead and do that out of this current budget.
Okay, so can we take it down to 3 then?
Yes.
So it's okay to do that? Thank you. Is there anything else you wanted to put on that?
Okay, the one thing that caught my attention on the subscription line item, so this year budgeted for 3730 and then down to 230?
Right, because there's a subscription to BLR with regard to a compensation subscription, that we budgeted for last year to work towards our compensation structure. And I intend to purchase that subscription out of this year's budget,
Okay,
so we can utilize it during this up and coming year to
Okay.
focus on compensation. And that's why it was increased last year.
okay,
That's the VLR compensation.
And you expect to buy that and complete that this year? It's not a yearly subscription,
No.
it's a one-time fee?
Yes.
And you said
VLR,
what is that the name of the company?
Business and Legal Resources.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? No, ma'am. Thanks, Kate. Appreciate it. All right, Jason.
You have a very large budget.
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
before we jump into this, I think a couple things I'd like to say that we get discussed at go. One is, when I came here 3 years ago, all the IT expenses for the county, most of these were paid inside the individual departments. And so, in my recommendation, put all that into the IT budget, you guys would have a clear picture of exactly what was being spent. Over the last 3 years, we've had several departments that have made huge investments in software. Prosecutor software, JV software, clerk software, et cetera. And the pace of change, the pace of spending has been, I don't want to say frantic, but the pace of change has been great. There have been some, obviously, some bumps in the road along the way. When you take an organization this size that's never had to change anything technology-wise, and all of a sudden you introduce a lot of change. I can only say that every single thing that my team and I do is to support you guys, support the people back here, the people that are out working. It's been suggested that my team or I, that we've been spending money selfishly or that we've been spending money recklessly, et cetera, et cetera. I went through every item in our little budget in this nice little big book that we've got, and went through there and allocated which departments are actually benefiting from the expenses that are among the expenses. A good example is this year we'll spend $30,000 on the maintenance and support on our phone system. Okay. So I took that $30,000 and broke it out across 25 different departments that use the phone system. And said, okay, now this department has this many employees, this many has this, et cetera, and broke that out where each department allocated, a benefit basically for it. Did that on every single item on my proposed budget. And then I went back and did it on this current year also. Because I was curious as to what the percentage was that's actually benefiting IT, either directly or indirectly. Because I thought with all the bullets flying in the air, that that number's got to be huge. It's got to be 50, 70, 90%. It's got to be benefiting IT. Found that out of $1.3 million that we spent on IT stuff this year, about 30,000 either directly or indirectly benefits IT, about 2.5%. And so, I say all this so that when I'm making recommendations to you guys, it's not benefiting IT. It's not benefiting my team and I. It doesn't benefit us whether or not the clerk's gone Tyler Odyssey. It doesn't benefit us whether or not there's a new wireless project going to the county extension office. So, for this coming year, we've got two things that we want to get done in IT. One is we want to keep the lights on. Where there's no major outages, no problems, no issues. The second thing is we've got a $20, $30 million whatever building that we're building out east of town. And we'd like that to get put up and have a data center and no issues or problems. So everything that's in this budget is to do one of those two things, either keep the lights on or get that built in. That's the only project that we have. There's no new big technology ideas being thrown out. There's no, hey, let's go spend $1 million here, $1 million there. Nothing like that. So I'm finished now.
Judge, I noticed on here, and I'm just going line by line because this is different than our printed version. I know you mentioned you had already made some changes. So I see on education and travel, you've already moved that down to 10. And so Jason, what kind of impact is that to your department? I know it's even at 10 is, and I'm looking at the aggregate even back to 2013 from travel.
Right. Well, I think it's important to look at where we spent our money this past year, or the year that we're in right now. where do we spend our travel and education dollars? We spent 20% of our training budget getting better at project management, because we have a $27 million project at east of town, we've got a $2 million project west of town, we've got software projects, et cetera, et cetera. We spent 27% of our training budget this year on adopting best practices from cities and counties across the country, so that we can plan, so we can execute better for you guys and invest the taxpayer dollars. We spent 41% of our training budget this year getting better at supporting software. Half of that was spent on learning the GIM software that's auditing purchasing resources. And we spent about 10% of our training budget this year attending and participating in state conferences. And the two of those that we went to, I stepped up and tried to help the county stay by speaking at the conference so that we didn't have to pay registration fees. So that's how tightly we watch our training budget. This coming year, the county's going to make the largest capital investment in IT we've made in my adult life with this new data center at the insurance. It could be new equipment, new software that my people and I need training on, so that it goes off of that production. We plan to spend 80% of the $25,000 that we requested, to spend 80% of that on learning that new equipment, new software that's going to go in that data center. We're going to spend about 10% of it on software training to continue to support software, and less than 10% on attending products to some conferences. That's 25,000.
So my question is, with the 10 that's in there now, what does that leave out? And if you're mentioning 80% going to the data center,
Right.
What will not get done for the data center that we need to be aware of?
Right.
As a result of the 10?
The implications are that my staff and I are not prepared and not knowledgeable enough to support that as we move forward. So when something breaks, instead of us being able to fix it in-house because we've got more knowledge in-house, it's we pick up the phone and we call somebody. And we are not a big player to VMware, to Dell. Some of these companies that are providing support to us, when we call them, we're not Dallas County, we're not Microsoft, we're not big, we're Modern County. And we call them, and it takes them 3 days to get back with us. And while things are down, or things don't work as well, or whatever, because we don't have the skills in-house, that's the implication.
I'm not on that committee, and I would defer to those that are in charge of that data center. I'm sorry,
They haven't met.
Oh,
So it seems like, from what I understand, they did auditing independently for that 25,000 that would be necessary to complete this one, specifically the training.
Correct. And the thing is, we've got specific plans to say, look, we're going to send these people these classes that specifically address the equipment and software that's going to be put out there. So that when it goes live, we're ready to support it. Ourselves, without having to pick up the phone and call the vendor for every order.
I guess my question would be, what do the vendors guarantee you when we use their product? Are they that bad as far as helping us out when we need their help?
Well, the thing, no, they're good vendors. They provide good support. The issue is timing. Is that when something is down. Let me give you an example. If we did not have the skills in-house to take care of our phone system right, if something happened with the phone system where we could not receive phone calls, and we had to call our phone, which we got a great phone, they're not located in Amarillo. They're not going to feel the pain or feel the urgency of getting the phone system back up. That's an analogy about that.
So they're spread pretty thin, and they can't get to us in a timely fashion because they're spread out to the other counties, obviously.
Right, or throughout the country.
so Jason, what would you consider a dollar amount? And I'm looking for a middle ground, because that's the root of the question. So I'm looking at the 2013 column, 16 grand, and then aggregating up to current, which is 25. roughly over $10,000 jump in a few years. What would you consider outside of the 25 a middle ground to feel good about the data center that this county's putting 21 million towards the whole project? So we have a interest to make sure we can run it appropriately, but still obviously going through this budget process and looking for these dollars. What would you consider a middle ground?
Well, the question that I guess we tossed around inside our department is, can we use any of the funds that are allocated towards that project, towards training for the equipment that's going to be
I'm nervous about that.
I didn't know.
Because we're paying interest on it too, and so, you know, you're paying interest on training, which is, if there's any money left, we should pay off the debt and get that done quicker.
It appears to me that the training is extremely important, and is there other areas that you can look through here that might be some areas that we can take some money away from? Yes. Okay, yes. Well, let's look at those. We'll hang on to the training for the time being, and let's see what we can save otherwise.
So software maintenance is another big ticket item.
Software maintenance,
Revenue.
yeah, software maintenance is a big ticket item. There's one thing in here that I heard rumblings about this. I haven't heard anything official from Caroline on this, that some of this support costs for their Odyssey software might get paid from the departments. Is that?
Yeah,
Do we know the percentage?
I have $30,000 in my budget.
So Carrie, how is that reflected? Will that just bring his number down? Okay. And Caroline, for my notes, that's for the Odyssey, right, it's 96,000, kind of towards the bottom of our little binder that Jason provided us. Odyssey, that's the line item that's offsetting.
Well, I've got it in my line under records management.
Okay.
So,
But it's for
Yes.
this annual support of Odyssey software. Okay.
The 96.
So if Caroline's gonna pay 30,000, then Julie said you'd pay how much?
I think I could probably, Carrie, do you know right off the top, not right off the top of your head, but could I do 30,000 out of my records management court? I just don't have the figures in
But Junior pull it up and see how much cash you have in
because those funds are also used elsewhere.
How would that be, as they're looking that up, one of the questions I had prepping for court was, this is annual maintenance, and so the county, I was looking at the big ticket items, in less than 12 to 18 months, you know, the prosecutor's package is 56 grand, the JP package is almost 100 grand, and the Odyssey is 100 grand. 250,000 of that line item is within the last 12. I would venture to say 12, but I'll just say 18 to be safe. So when we see this next year, is this 30 grand, and let's just say 30 grand, if they come up with that, is that something the board can assume is happening from year to year to support this maintenance?
Hopefully, I mean, these are
Okay.
based on, you know, just the cases and stuff that we file. I mean, so just
Yeah, I know it varies, but
probably.
as long as
there's money.
records management money allotted,
Yes.
allowed through the state and
Sure.
allotted through the commissioners.
Carrie, how could we document, not document, that sounds like that, we gotta put it somewhere, but is there a line item or somehow that we can show that as a pass-through, so we remember this time next year that 60, let's say 60 grand is coming from these different funds to offset that?
So you want the entire expense still to show in, is that what you're saying, rather than rolling it to the different funds?
I'm just looking for a recommendation of what you think is best and cleaner and easier to maintain.
Probably because they are special revenue funds, we need to show the expense there, so we put in the invoice example, we'll just put an allocation to different funds. And there's about 250,000 in Julie's records management right now. A new budget, we have about 70,000, she brings in through 8-ish years, so she could probably.
230, so you do 30 and 30. So that's 60. Yay. Carrie, I also had a question on the JP package. That's roughly 100 grand. Is that a line item that we could use the JP technology fund that the court oversees? And I'm not saying for the entire amount, I'm just saying as a way to offset that.
It could be, I believe, that they have agreed to pay $30,000 towards the purchase price, and I'm not sure how that's going to. Let's see how much cash they have, because it doesn't have quite as much.
Yeah. But even anything to offset, I'm just looking for.
After we pay the 30,000, they will have about 160,000. So that would be they bring in, they only bring in about 14,000
A year, and there'd be how much left, I'm sorry?
about 160.
160. I'm looking at you, if there's a dollar amount that you think we could use this year, because this year's the biggest hit, it's just gone live, and I certainly wouldn't recommend, but let's just say 30,000 for the sake of discussion. I wouldn't sit here and recommend that year 2, year 3, if you're only bringing in such a small amount, you know, maybe we land on 10 or 7, or I'm just throwing a number out there, but maybe for this first year, because it's such a budget impact,
That's fine.
that's okay, okay?
I'm just,
Yes.
Jason, have we thought any more about our tower? What do you do? Do we have any idea what that might cost?
You say the 30 was fine?
Yes.
10? Okay, so that would leave us money.
Another 30.
You say 30.
So 30 there, and there's 160 in that account, so that should still leave it pretty healthy. And then if, for, Carrie, oh, I'm sorry.
Is there 160 after you pay the 30,
Mhm.
and then you take another 30 and write another 130?
130. And then Carrie, if we earmarked it to help pay that expense every year, what, are you thinking the same way we would allocate it, just like the other special funds? What do you think, so Jason, right now, the application is about 100,000, is that just year 1, or is that every year we're expecting that amount?
This year should go, next year should go down.
To like 20 or 80?
I actually pulled the numbers. The Conference of Urban Counties changed their billing process, and so this year, and to kind of give you, without getting into the weeds too far, historically, they have billed throughout the year, okay, for that year's support, so every quarter we would, kind of get an invoice. And this year, they changed their accounting method so that they bill in advance. So this year, there's this 1 year, there's an overlap period, so that's why it's been going up so much this year. What they did is they changed it to where they now bill like Tyler does, or like any other software, but they bill the first year for that entire year. So they're going, they are changing. I don't remember right, they changed from calendar year to fiscal year or vice versa, whatever it was, that was a one-time thing. So high this year.
But if we're looking, I'm trying to look for a balanced dollar amount for a loop back, year 2, year 3, if you're only bringing in about 14 grand. I mean, you'll have a healthy balance left, so we don't want to affect that too much. You'll have 130 left, so that you guys have flexibility to do what you need to do in the JP divisions. But what is a good, is it 10,000? I mean, I'm looking for a number that we as a court could assume from year to year that would be pushed through to help offset that expense.
I don't know that they can afford 10,000 for many years, because they use that for their iPad subscriptions, they use it a lot of it for their training, and since they only bring in 14, that doesn't really, I mean, they have a large fund balance, but that will eat away quickly if you take that out.
So do we think 5 or 7? Judge,
Yeah, say third, maybe.
the third, maybe some, and we don't have to land on the number today. I'm just, as we're going through this process, this will, I think, will help us year 2 and year 3, because this is so new for us, this
Yeah, I
first
just think it needs to dedicate.
Okay. Well, as long as you're open.
I think so either way. We're tying the hands of future owners to future JVs. I think it needs to be addressed.
Okay, so far we cut it by 90,000. There you go.
So if you add 5%, it's actually makes it 94.5.
Well, there you go.
If you back up, a section of capital equipment, 705 account, there's a figure in there that I put in of 142,000 for cameras, for the buildings downtown. And the thing was that cost is, first off, building security is not undeniable, but we were getting cost figures for the new sheriff's building anyway, and so I had to adjust a cost figure so we know what it's going to cost when the time comes. You guys want to share. So there's your 142,000.
Yeah.
But we can,
Take that
you
out.
already removed that, right, Judge?
I did.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think he did that.
What else is in there or not?
Is the 142 in that amount there? Okay.
I do have a couple more questions on software maintenance before we switch
Okay,
to
I'm sorry,
capital,
sorry.
Jason, if I can, just to finish that up. So the prosecutor's package, 56,000, roughly, Randall, this is the game, kind of year one. And I don't know the answer to this question. Is there any technology funds or special funds that can be used to help offset that year to year, similar to what we've done for JP and district court and county clerk? Is there, and I don't know the answer, I just don't know if there's a special fund somehow. No.
No, we don't, since prosecutors don't collect any fees, we don't create any special funds that are available for that kind of stuff.
Okay. And then on this Spillman package, that's roughly 62,000 for corrections and law enforcement. This one, no surprise, always catches my eye because this did not go through Commissioner's Court to approve this purchase when this was brought in-house. The sheriff purchased this on his own. And so the software is now falling under our umbrella. Right or wrong, but it's there. Carrie, are there any other technology or special or something that I'm not thinking of on a line item to offset that?
A lot of this gets paid by 911, isn't it?
Yes, 911 pays about 56,000 of it.
And so this 62 is just our share?
No, that's the total, and 56 from 911 is in the revenue account.
Okay, to offset it, yes. So we get roughly 10,000 of that we're paying. Okay, and there's no special fund or anything that I missed, probably,
Specifically for technology.
or that even has a window for future discussion? No. Not as important. Okay. I'm trying, Judge. Okay, thank you.
Okay, what else, Jason?
Capital, we can do
Well,
that.
yeah, let's look at capital. I don't know what else is built in there, so I want to wait. So the 142 is the only thing they got taken out?
For now.
Well, not,
What's that account? I'm looking for where that is in the binder. Oh, there it is, I'm sorry, Jason.
Several of the courts asking you, is that included in this 50 desktop?
No, you don't usually buy for the courts.
Oh.
Yeah, not in the
That's in
district.
their.
oh, so the district courts, you know?
District courts, county court office.
No, those come out of the CSC.
Yeah, so the first item on here, under 1130, the licensed wireless equipment, so there's 32 grand. I did speak with Jason on this, so Jason, help me if I say anything incorrectly, because I'm just looking at my notes and there's a lot going on. This is for a project at the extension office that I would advocate that we could maybe wait on today. And so what it is, and I'm looking at Jason because I don't want to say it right, wrong, is a wireless tower that's the last county extension building that is not connected. And when he says wireless, he doesn't mean wireless like on Wi-Fi on your phone, but connectivity to the Santa Fe building, which right now is the data center. So, no big surprise, the court in the next year or so is gonna have to make some big decisions on the fairground property and what's gonna happen with that, even possibly looking at a land use plan, and so that's something I'm working on to maybe bring to the court. So what I suggested to Jason, especially since it's a physical tower, is it's good to have this dollar amount, but we don't wanna place that and put that infrastructure if we indeed may need to move it. And, the county extension office, I spoke with them on this, with their monthly meeting, and they don't have a direct need for it. But the importance of it is the reliability and speed that it will change. And no surprise, the last few days, the internet has been down. So I say that kind of in a catty way to say they don't need it today, but they're down, and so it is an issue. But here's something that I think we can maybe take off the table now, knowing we may need to revisit in the future. So there's 32, and is that, did I say that right? Everybody's okay with that? I wanted to give you the background on it. We can remove that. I'm going down here, Jason. The Dell backup. Would you did I didn't know this looking at this line item on that 43 grand, the Dell data backup equipment. And so what Jason explained to me is today, we keep a current, a 2-week backup or a log of all of our activities. This includes for the courts, the sheriffs, everything on the file server. And what this is intended to do is to get us up to a 5-week retention plan, if you will. So one of the questions I asked.
Well, actually, I did some more digging after
Okay,
you and I met.
Okay, good.
We have 113 computer servers on our network. About 45 or 50 of those actually get backed up. Okay. So if you have to have information stored on one that doesn't get backed up, you hit delete, read it, whatever it is. There's no undo button, there's no recovery, it's just gone. What we'd like to do is, what we're proposing here is to increase the amount of backup storage that we have. So that we can take a lot of information that's out here and we back it up every night, so that we've got a backup of it. You know, it's gonna be really important when Mark's going to Tyler, that we have some way to back it up, because today we don't have the capacity to back it up. So,
Well, one of the
hence the request.
Well, one of the questions I asked of him is if there is a suggested retention plan for like a county our size. And I think of some of the work that Sandra does. And I know there's, even for commissioners, how long we need to keep things, if there's a suggested best practice. And there are no laws that govern how often we should back up. But I did ask Jason if there was a listserv that he sends, just like county commissioners have, what other counties maybe are doing, and what is a number, so we as a court can discern, are we doing better or worse?
So is that a random 50 backup? I'm not understanding.
No, it's not random. We back up things like the mission critical. The more critical things are the ones that we back up. And even then, right now, we've got maybe a week or 2 weeks worth of backups of some of these things. So that if something malicious happens or a virus happens, that sort of thing, we have to go back and recover things. We can go back a week, go back a week and a half. And that number fluctuates depending on how much information is put out.
So did you hear back on what, I think this line item is to bring us to 5 weeks, potentially, of backup.
Right.
And I'm not quoting on that number, I'm just for discussion. We're at 2, this can maybe bump us up to 5. Did you hear back on your best practice?
No, not since yesterday, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but that's what that line is. So, I mean, the implications of not doing it are, if information has to be on one of these servers that are not being backed up right now, something happens to it's gone. Like when we move on to Tyler, there is no backup of it. So it's, a court case that we're supposed to keep forever. The evidence is gone. That's the implication.
And then
We're
when you.
not gonna store that stuff for records either? Court cases?
Well, not everything is on paper anymore. And, the rules from the state are that every type of record has a retention period, whether it's on paper or electronic. Is not definition as to how long you keep it. I mean, if you make any kind of record and it's on an electronic program or whatever, you have to apply that retention period to that electronic record, just as if it's on paper.
Which,
No, it was not able to do that.
Well, this is not about, let me back up a second. There's the live information that we use every day, and that has retention periods with it. So if it's and I'm gonna say this wrong, but let's say it's a murder case, and you have to keep that case information for forever, let's say. And so that retention policy is applied inside the program itself, so it's not honest or whatever it keeps that. What we're talking about here in this particular line item is the backup capacity. So that if somebody hits delete, or somebody puts something in wrong, or erases something by accident, or something malicious happens, whatever, that we have a backup. We have a backup for a period of time. That's what this, does that help?
And today, the period of time is roughly 2 weeks, and this would double that.
Right, it's 2 weeks, and it's 2 weeks for half of the service.
And then Jason, you helped educate me on this storage array, this 40,000. Can you repeat that first?
Yeah, I try my best to not throw you all into the technical weeds, but I'm going to here for a second. We're going to do what it is called terabytes.
Terabytes?
Terabytes, okay? If you, yeah, it sounds nice, I know, it sounds like a thing for restaurant. So if you take a sheet of paper that's got information written on it, and you print out another sheet of paper that's got information written on it, you do that literally for 100,000 feet in the air. That much information is 1 terabyte. Okay? Give you an idea. How much information we have stored on our network now is right about 200 terabytes. 200 terabytes. That's how much information we have right now. The amount of information is only going to grow over the coming years because there's more and more digital evidence being brought in. Let's see, an interdiction stop out here on the highway, you've got DPS cams, you've got APD cams, you've got our sheriff's office, you've got body cams, and so now this one stop has got 7 different videos to go with. And depending on what happens, you might have to keep those videos forever. Now they're in the prosecution system, you've got the law enforcement system, et cetera, et cetera. So that, the amount of information we're keeping is only going to do this over time. What we proposed here, and the thing is, we could not need this during the year. I can tell you that now, it's 40,000 or so, we may not need this coming year. I don't want to have to come back to you in 8 months and say, well, it's an emergency, now we're out of space and we need this. What I can also tell you is that as part of this new data center that we're putting in, is that we're going to have a tremendous investment in storage out there. And so that will, for a period of time, alleviate maxing out our storage to where you're going to hit save on a court case and you can't save it because there's no server. I hope all that makes sense.
What is your impression as far as needing it this year?
As far as it's possible, because we are right now, we're at about, I want to say it's 85% or so capacity of what we have now. And there's no way for me to accurately tell you to the exact amount, exactly how much information is going to come this year. I can tell you that this is preemptive planning, put in the budget. We won't buy it if we don't need it.
Well, then one thing as we switch as a county to things like body cameras, and we have a lot more video footage, that takes a lot of space. And I think when some of that gets presented to the court, like from a policy discussion, we have that debate, but from a storage perspective, and I think Randall stepped out, but that was really one of the big pieces as well during his deliberation and debate about the prosecutor's package, and now everything was being uploaded electronically, ideally to save people's time and efficiency. And I know Commissioner Kelly went with me and we observed for half a day out there what they were doing. But when we make these policy changes, video footage in particular takes up a lot of storage space that I don't know that we always kind of add that to the package when we're trying to discern as a court, do we add this to Potter County or do we not? We often don't see the full picture. We get the purchase price for it, and then, oh, by the way, here's the maintenance, and oh, by the way, here's the storage.
Here's the overhead.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, all of this equipment has service and maintenance and operating costs. And so, and some of what you see, and one thing I'd like to get, if auditors will help me with this, is this coming years, break out the software, it's called contract maintenance in here, but it mostly is software maintenance. To where when we buy cop sync for the constables, well, there's an annual maintenance cost for it. We buy a prosecutor package, annual maintenance cost. Is to break out what is software and what's hardware maintenance. Because, you know, there's some of these line items that are in here are actually physical equipment that we've got for things service contracts. Next year, when we do this, we'll have a better idea of what is software and what's.
Okay, Jason, what else? Go down the line here and see if there's anything else that you can cut in all.
Carrie, when we go back to the line by line item, the budget work papers, I have one more question on there, and I think it's under software purchases, is that line item? So that is, you know, doubled, if I'm following the titles correctly, from year to year, so 78 to 144. In there's 60 grand, and I'm looking at your detailed little binder, this is what I'm looking at compared to, and you broke it up by account number, so I think this is under the green 74030 tab. There's 60 grand in there for the required data conversion from the legacy sheriff's office. And so I know this is something that has been talked about for several years of what to do with that old data as they're now maybe 5 years into spillment. Maybe I have to put out that number wrong, but help explain this 60 grand, and I'm wondering if there's like a plan B, if there's something else we can do to help extract that data, whether it's in Excel format and we save it locally or something to help fill that need, but that is not 60,000 to do it.
Yes, there are ways to get the information out. If you pull it out, put it into an Excel file, et cetera, we would need to work up a game plan for that. And that's something that would have to be scheduled with Lana or somebody, whatever. And see, at some point that can happen. The thing is that this was put in here a few months ago. Getting the idea, let me back up. This was put in here when we were planning on Roland being here for the next year and a half. Okay? And that the whole idea was to get this converted off before he left. With his departure and with all those plans being changed, the impetus is not here not to do this.
So can we remove the 60 grand?
Can go away.
Okay. 58, one.
The 58 spelling, that can go away. And actually, the line item that's on the very top there, the Apple's on project management software, 5,000, 4,900 change that.
So that's that project management software, and it's rolled into the software purchases total. Where can we that?
So explain to me about, we're doing away with that particular portion of the package, but, the evolving of that, program, where does that leave us with, Roland's departure and, understanding that we need to get to that point?
That's a good question. I know that the resource that I have in-house for doing it is dedicated solely to the Tyler project for the next year or so until it goes live. So after that, we need to look at converting these other old programs off the object software development track, et cetera. But we don't have the manpower in-house to do that and do the sheriff's stuff and get Tyler done all at the same time. And right now, we're building the Tyler project, and that needs to get finished first. Thank you.
Yes, please.
So we tread water for a while.
And I think that's everything that on that line item that I had a question about. So Carrie, you took out the spillman and then the project management software, is that right? I was trying to watch the formula. Okay.
Jason, can we just leave your travel at 20,000, okay? 20,000. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling down.
So the cameras that we're cutting, was one of those at the district courts building out in the parking lot for the judges? Do you know?
That could have been replacement, yeah, for all three buildings downtown.
Yeah.
Because we had an incident, we had an accident over in Santa Fe parking lot. And went back to pull the video of it, and there's black spots and places the video is showing, the volume is so bad, you can't see what's going on. It's through the fog, and look at something that's in the whole way.
Jason, you also informed me about some cabling work that had already been done in prep for the cameras that didn't cost much or anything. Will you help educate us, so once we are ready to make that change?
Oh, I talked to the facilities people to find out that there's cabling already, I guess.
The elevators.
Oh, the elevators, that's right, the elevators. Yeah, when the elevators, when the renovation was being planned, one thing that we had to do at the planning stage was decide if we ever want to put cameras inside the elevators, that we have to go and put the cabling inside the wiring harness. So, and that cost us
About 200.
and so.
So you did that
That's all.
while we were ready?
Trust me, you don't want elevators in there. You don't want cameras in the elevators.
No.
You do not.
There won't be any of those.
I was witness to something one day that I won't ever get out of my head again. If there was an elevator there, it'd be on YouTube.
See,
It'd be on YouTube.
So were you involved in that?
Oh, no. No, I was not involved.
Jason, on your software purchases total, this isn't a line item, but, I mean, it is, but not when, so that you have, some VMware for the VDI project in there. And I just wanted to make this small comment for the board. I know we informally talked about some strategic planning meetings, you know, whether they're an hour and a half or an hour, where to dedicate some time to some of these topics that we don't have time to budget and we don't have time to report. I would advocate that maybe this VDI project may be a good one, because this is fairly new, a couple years, 2 to 3 years in. And I know there's some internal feedback of it may be working, may not be working. So once we get ready for that, I think this would be a good one. And we're obviously making some fiscal investments in the project. So that's just food for thought while we were on that line of it.
I do have one thing that I hated saying this, that I need to add $2,400 into their account 74530. It has all our connectivity lines between Santa Fe and all the buildings. The new fire station, we did not budget for their connection. It's $200.
Under
74530.
Yeah, we're connected.
That account has all the connections.
We've got you a little bit, so like this.
About 200, is that about a 200? One.
All right, anything else, Jason? Anybody? Good? Thank you. Is that so bad? Bad?
That needs working off.
Yeah. Okay, information records management. Sandra?
Carrie, is Sandra's coming up here? I assumed, but I probably should ask, any new positions or increases you took out off the top? Okay.
What are we doing with you today, Sandra?
She's like, hopefully nothing.
Was there anything in yours that I don't think there's anything that we had a question about.
There was a line item for contract services, and that was just more of a Carrie question of what fell in that. Shredding, okay,
That's all that's for.
okay. And we outsource that to you.
No,
DSL, whatever.
it's actually out of business, so it's not, in-town company.
Oh.
We got a better deal.
Oh, so you use a different one than what the county uses?
No.
No.
It is.
It's not that truck that pulls up out here and works out here, no, that's not
No,
us.
it parks, over by the district court's building, on the street. And it is a truck, and we can watch them all the way through the shred process and.
They shred on site?
On site. But, cause nobody wants anybody taking
Sure.
anywhere.
Okay, just cats straight stuff.
One that is, if they chewed it up.
Yeah.
Work
Well,
it
that's
out.
true, yeah.
So, yeah, that's.
So who do you contract with now? Who's that with? Do you know? You don't know?
I do know, I can't think of the name of it.
Oh, okay. Do you know, Carrie? Do you know who it is? Says like it's PSS.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, that's what it was.
It's not.
It's okay, it's all right. But they're not from here, not
No,
local.
they're out of Midland.
So they charge us more to come up here from that? They charge us less.
We are doing this with them because they have given us the best price,
Okay,
so. And they did a good job.
okay, good.
You're happy with the deal?
Yeah.
As long as you're happy.
What are the increases in travel, education and travel, do you expect?
Well, actually, the increase I put down there was just simply because I was told that, increases for the hotels and flights is all that's for. That's the only reason I increased it at all, because mine has stayed pretty much the
Now, you're the
same.
only one in your office that travels, correct? Does anybody else go?
They have on occasion, and we have done classes in town that, usually I send, a couple in town for some of the things. Last year we didn't because they canceled it at the last minute,
But your travel is required, correct? You have to have so many
Well,
hours
to keep, yeah,
on your ARMA.
well, to keep my certification.
Either 3 or 3.
Yeah, can we leave it at 3, just for the sake of, I'm gonna try to cut everyone's travel a little bit.
Well, yeah, I mean, sure.
I told them $500, so we need to.
It's an emergency, Judge. But, at this point, and the money that I spend in travel is usually not until September, and it is so this year.
Okay.
So typically, it's in October, but they moved it back to September this year, which is kind of not so good for me.
No, so do you have money in there
So,
right now to go?
I've already paid the registration, but I haven't paid any on the flights and hotel yet.
Additional 5 is because of the increase of hotel.
Partly, you just don't know, but typically they don't change it from October to September, and the state people are loving it because their budgets start in September. And so they were on the opposite end of it, all the state people that go to the conference. So, it's just, and I can take some, am I right, from the court records management, travel.
Oh, you haven't done that again?
If
Okay, okay, good, okay.
Thank you.
All right, so that's all you have then? That's it? Okay, I'm gonna take 5-minute recess, go do probate. I'll be right back. So feel free to talk amongst yourselves. Right here, back, yep. Yeah, we left off with, Sandra. Did we finish that? We finished it, right? Okay.
Proceed forward.
Yes.
Jason will wrap in 10 minutes. There's a new item.
So, general administrative.
Yeah, general administrator, is that correct? I just told Jason he's about 10 minutes out, so we'll, come back to that.
speak to this? We just wanna go down one at a time and just see?
And this is,
There's two things that are increased. One is the equipment repairs and replacement, 82,000 to 100,000. What was that?
We always start the year with 100,000, and as people have equipment that has to be replaced, we move that budget into the appropriate fund.
And this is 43,000 for the lease expense for parking garage. Is that a payment or something? I thought we were gonna pay 1 point. We were exactly that. That was it.
Well, we can thank the wonderful accounting folks for this. We're gonna pay it all up front, but we have to record 1/25 of that lease payment for the next 25 years, because at the end of the lease, we don't own it. So it has to be expensed every year. Even though the money is gone, we'll have to expense it. We're carrying it as a prepaid expense.
But it doesn't count against our total budget.
I mean, not, so to speak, does it really?
The
We have to take
expense
it
part
out,
of it
even though we've
is-
already paid it?
The expense part of it does. It's actually a transfer between an account's, well, a prepaid, which is an asset, so that asset will reduce as the expense increases. So it's a wash, but it is in your budget.
okay, so the impact on, will be zero at the end, because you're pulling from the prepaid account every year.
Right.
Carrie, on this printout, on ours, there was a line item evaluation engineering. I didn't see that on the screen. Did I miss it?
Property appraisals is what I have named here.
Okay.
This is what we pay Brad.
And so it's bumping to 535.
And that is an estimate. It will depend on what each entity that utilizes Brad does with their tax rates. It's based on our taxable values, or our levies, I mean.
And this is what we pay them to appraise our property?
Yes.
And do we just take the number they give us every year, or do they give us a copy of their budget? Like, what are we basing that off of?
They send us an estimated cost, but then, like I say, they don't actually calculate the expense until they have everyone's tax levy. And then it's broken down by percentage, their total budget, broken on a proportional rate to each entity.
But if their budget is increasing every year, like, do we have any visibility back into that? And what I'm looking at is the column that's 486, which is only a couple of years old and a $60,000 jump. I'm just trying to understand that a little. I don't know if they give us some reminder, kind of like the emergency management does, what we can see is what's increasing.
I believe that they do send a copy of that, and of course you have several board members who have appointed to sit on that as well.
Do we ever hear from the board members, Judge? I don't ever hear anything back after we appoint.
Never hear a report of anything.
Should we ask them to give, like, have we asked them to come and?
We gotta ask them,
Might be good.
Yeah, well, especially if this budget keeps increasing like that, if we've got some appointees there, it would make sense that they would be the one asking the question on behalf of, the board, at least to speak to it. Okay.
We got a question over here.
Mercy, I do sit on that board as a non-voting, member. And the way that works is the appraisal district does bill out all the entities that they assess for, and at the end of the year, if they haven't used all those funds, they do send back a refund.
We ever
Some
got
years
a
are a
refund?
little-
We have.
Yeah, we usually get, between 20 and 30,000
Yeah.
back, I believe. But we don't know until the following year what that refund is gonna be.
And that's our shoe shopping money, right?
And Sherry, do you think it would be appropriate to follow up with the voting members and have them come, just give an update to the court? Like, I don't have any visibility into what they vote on and what they govern. I just know we appoint.
that's our liaison, sure, you can give us that report.
She sure can.
She was like, I'm a non-voting member, I don't have a
It's
vote.
okay, she still gives a report.
Yeah.
I can tell you what they voted on and everything, because this last year, a lot of time was spent in replacing Jim Childers.
Yeah, I tell you what we do from now on, Sherry, since you're on the board and non-voting, you let us know when it's time to report, and you just call Shannon, we'll get you on the agenda, and you just give us a 2-second report. Maybe 5 seconds. Okay.
What kind of information are y'all wanting on what they're doing? Because basically what they collect from the entities helps pay for their staff and their expenses is basically what we're doing.
Maybe just a copy of their agenda, and then just a couple bullet points of what you thought was important to share with the board. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, what's this publication expense? What is that?
Anything that we have to pay to direct news, whether it's for auction or any public notices for the commissioners court, that kind of thing.
Okay, so it stayed the same then for last.
And I think we were gonna take that unpopular annual report that.
Oh, okay.
We were gonna take the cost of that, this also.
Okay, and that should be fairly inexpensive, it shouldn't affect that budget too much, but.
What about the employee wellness incentive? We've never done anything with that.
The committee requested those funds from the court last year, but I don't know if the committee has been meeting.
Is anybody here on that committee?
No, I'm on the committee. It was actually requested and initiated by Robert Huddleston. And it just,
Nothing's happened.
So those funds are staying,
they just sat there. We haven't done anything with
Okay.
that incentive at this point.
Do you know if it's gonna do anything?
I have not heard any more from him. We've had a little communication off and on for this year, but it's been several months since we've had any communication.
I don't wanna leave it in and take it out.
they couldn't, unless we decide we're going to.
Okay,
And it's a good
let's-
program.
It is, if they
If it's an
do.
issue.
We don't know if it's a good program, nothing's good. Okay, well, we're gonna cut it for now, and then,
And then we can bring it back.
Okay.
Decide.
There was, Commissioner Church, this may have been the one you asked, and I was finding that line item when you were speaking. It was, 76520, the equipment repairs and replacement, 82,000 to 100, that was the one you were asking on. Carrie, I'm sorry, I was writing notes and I didn't follow your explanation on that.
It's an account that we traditionally have started with $100,000, and if someone comes to court and needs to replace some equipment, we take funds out of that account and move it into the appropriate department.
Well, since we've used 12,000 and an average of 5,000, or I'm sorry, 8,000 on that line item, is this something that we could adjust?
Well, very little actually gets charged to that account because it's a budget amendment out.
Okay,
So June, that's a 2014.
I just think with the contingency fund, and this appears to be a big ticket item, hopefully we're not spending 100,000 of equipment repair and replace like unbudgeted, that we didn't go through this process.
As of today, we've transferred, of course, the 20,509 out of so what we were getting last year, which didn't transfer out. Last year, we only transferred out about 13,000. So it's just an account that we've had.
so you think we need to leave it there just in case?
Computers go down or whatever, of course, I think Jason's got those out of his budget, but this was traditionally where we purchased that kind of reserve.
Well, I mean, do we need 100?
What if we said we cut it to 50?
Yeah.
Let's cut it to 50 for now, and see what happens this year. We'll do that?
And then the one right underneath that, the equipment rental and maintenance agreement, 75 is the current, 75 again. And then, but I'm seeing about the 4-year average of about 40.
that for, specifically, what is that?
Scanners, I think a lot of scanners equipment, let's see here. Anything with the postage machines, anything that's not in this budget, this is where we always charge those, with the maintenance agreements.
And you think it needs to stay 75? Like, back in 13, it was down to 20. But I mean, I understand, it's gone up to 64, I could go either way.
Do you foresee anything else, Sandra, in your department that we're gonna have to rent equipment for? Anything?
It's mostly maintenance agreements.
Oh, okay. Oh,
We will have maintenance agreements, yeah.
any more so than usual though? I mean, nothing unusual. No.
We went 65, there instead of 75, there's 10.
Let's cut that down to 65.
And then Carrie, this is where the contingency account lives as well. Which I know we added that maybe 3-4 years ago. How much did we use this last year? I mean, we just, if I remember when that started, it was just, let's start with, 500,000, because we were going so line item by line item, and we wanted to make sure the court had flexibility to do it. The department's needed, so this is what that account is for.
That's a couple.
Yeah, keep it, it's
I
coming.
think we should keep it there too.
Yeah, we spent 204. Last year we spent 204.
It's just nice to know it's there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, use it.
I have a question.
Yes.
When does our lease agreement come out for fitting those equipment?
Okay. So did you get those deductions?
We haven't gotten the medical bills on the RMA yet, so 500,000 may barely covers the share.
Just leave it.
Of course, that's.
Leaving it.
Oh, that's true.
Usually.
And you increased the medical line item. I don't know if that's on this, it may be in the sheriff's budget.
It's actually in the detention budget.
Yes, because I saw the increase, and then assuming for the inmates, I saw that buffer. Okay.
All right, next is the county auditor. You don't have anything different yours other than the 2 gifts that you want to buy, correct?
Carrie, when is the meeting with the district judges that review your budget and purchasing?
It's,
August 11th.
the 11th at noon in Judge Ward's court.
Because sometimes I think raises and increases, they happen there, and the meeting happens very quickly. Traditionally, when I've attended, so, okay.
Okay, anybody have any questions on Carrie's?
You sit on that. Okay. Well, that's kind of interesting. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we good? Okay, county treasurer.
She had to go do a check run, so we might want
Okay.
He's back.
Jason's back. We found something. Step up here.
Yes, ma'am. Decimal points in the wrong place.
The cell phone,
Yeah.
so what's in there today is $40 reimbursement for 5
Correct.
texts, and that's new, so will you help us understand?
Out of our 10 or so employees, we've got 5 technicians that are, they're on their cell phones constantly. Besides getting emails, they're talking on their cell phones constantly. Plus, we rotate on call. You guys don't stop working. And so, yes, I've requested that those, it's not for me, it's
ask Jason of how, often, you know, they get calls, whether it's on call or,
We will, or do help us out, yes, we will.
okay,
You know, I can tell you that they're on call, even if they got 0 calls in a month, which there are months that go by where nothing breaks the jail for me. There are times I wish Brandon was still here. We had a weekend here a few weeks ago where, he was out of jail 3 times over the course of the weekend. So, you know, honestly, get fair, we'd like it to never be 0.
So is this reimbursement to help you pay your bill, or is it, what is it for exactly? Because I have unlimited, you can do anything you want, and you pay the same amount.
it helps to help offset their bill. So they carry their own, like the DA has this as well, their cell phones in there. So you just pay them $40 and they apply it to their cell phone bill.
And the drawback of using your personal phone is that phone number does become public. So it's kind of compensation for having to put it out there as a public number also.
Can I get that?
Yeah, that's insane.
I know, I was thinking the same thing, I know, because mine's out there.
All of us. All right.
And so, I don't know, I had heard through the grapevine that other departments.
Other departments do it, so.
Other departments do this, so they advocate for my guys.
You got five guys that do this, 5 girls and gals,
Five.
guys, people, that's good.
What a month is that?
I'll do it.
200 a month.
And actually, it was already in the budget that you received, we just need to put it in the appropriate line item. The telephone service was at 62,400, we put that at 60,000 and put his cell phone to a separate line.
So it won't change the end
So it
dollars.
does not change.
Okay, all right, thank you. Sorry you had to come all the way back.
That's the commissioner's court and adjust something.
He said, can you go back and adjust the commissioners?
Okay, so the treasurer had to step out and go do a check run. Is that what you said? So we'll do her in a minute. Purchasing. I don't think you're changing anything, I mean,
No, it's all staying the same.
it's all staying the same, excellent, there we go. Now, hang on a second, I'm looking at everyone's travel. Did that stay the same? How many people travel in your office?
We have 5 or 6, and we have no money left. We'll zero that account out.
Is it any of it mandatory, they all have to have?
Yes, actually mine is construction, and I'm getting certified, and then Matt Crandall being a new buyer after 3 years, he'll be getting certified, so, and then we've got Allison in the front office that needs to be certified also. So we have lots of training, and Debbie Levy is certified, and then David left and was certified, so we have all kids certified.
And Vicki, when you and I chatted, you shared something with me that I remember and I thought was interesting, because you had shared that, you know, you wish the team had gone through this training even prior to us issuing these RFPs for these construction documents and things that we're doing now as a county that we've not done before, because you didn't have the knowledge on how to do that, and so you're learning on the fly a little bit.
It's been quite a challenge to do that, because they had realistically not done those type of projects before, so. And so we're putting together a 2-year certificate program that Matt Crandall and myself are running. And so we will be putting together a construction manual for Potter County.
Okay, so let me ask you this, if once they're all certified, they keep having to go to school
Yes.
every year?
Yes.
To continue to be certified?
It's like 16 hours that you have to continue to go.
Okay.
And like I said, purchasing is one of those that the law changes every legislative year. We have to be updated every 6 months.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, let's go back to the treasurer. Anything you wanted to say, talk about, Leanne? I did want to ask you if we could cut your travel back to 5,000.
I'm not sure what my total is at the end of the year.
the issue with this year is, usually I send someone with the GEMS training, and that wasn't scheduled this year. But with Brooke being new in that position, I do wanna be sure those are available to have access.
So is 5,000 enough for those, for
Not
you
if
and
I
her?
need to include GEMS.
How many classes do you have to go to? How many hours do you have to have?
20 on, because I have my certification in investments, and that's 15. I wasn't prepared for this discussion. And then, treasurer's hours is 15. I can carry 10 over, which I try to also do so that in the event of an emergency, because we pay good money for that certification. And then I have to have PFIA hours as well.
So how many total with all of that cumulative?
If, I wished I had my sheet with me, but, it would be 15 for the treasurer, 15 for the, investment committee, and then our investment certification, and then 5 PFIA. A year.
So 35 hours?
Together for all 3.
And do they usually offer the hours of the one seminar? So one of the things I do, just mentally I compute, so roughly I use $1,500 as the threshold for airfare and hotel and gas and those kind of things. Not often, it could be $900, but roughly $1,500. And I know for the commissioners, when we go, they offer the whole, like we needed 15. We accomplish, we need 16. And we do all of that in one workshop, if you will. And then that, our commissioners, we have 3,000 that are budgeted for each of us, and that gives us flexibility to go to something like a legislative update or another training or that kind of thing. So I'm trying to back into that 1,500 with 5,000.
Because there are 2 conferences a year, so I'll go with, my treasurer's certification. I do go to both of those. That gives me the 10 extra that I need to carry over, and then also, just the whole issue with the market and everything going on, I think it's very vital and benefits the county today. I do go to both conferences.
And so this year, no one went to the gyms?
Right.
But next year you wanted to?
I don't know till we get the agenda and see what we benefit just mine.
So far you've actually used, or in the 2014, 2015, you used 46.65. And then you asked for 68 for that. How much have you used this year? Do you know? You don't know?
$4,342.
43.
Actually, that's almost 25.
What if we do find, and once you know we're on gyms, we have contingency out there that always gives us the room to make those decisions. It's an option.
That's something we could do.
It's up to you guys, but it will fluctuate.
Year to year. But when you get your carryover, because I do that too, I can go to a school and get the 16 hours, and then if I do it again, I have 30, and I won't need the next year, I'll only need like 5 hours. So it carries over, so I can just go like the whole class.
1 year at a time.
Yeah. But I have to have 16 hours. Okay, let's go up to 5 and just see how we do.
It's okay if I come back with you guys, and really, I have no idea until we shoot the agenda from Jim's. How beneficial, but it really is beneficial if certain classes are offered.
Where are your conferences located? Are they always the same place?
Generally, we just, the last was in Galveston, usually,
Do you have options on these?
Yeah.
That's it.
tax.
We're fortunate we get options.
You see some of my classes too, y'all may do this too, tax, if you go, if it's a tax school, you get reimbursed. I get reimbursed on it, so.
I never got reimbursed. We need to know about those
You're
rules.
judge.
I know.
Cause you're a judge, that's why.
Oh, yeah.
I'll go to those.
It depends on how they design it, because we did get reimbursed on the probate school for one person. And that would be the elected official.
Yeah. Okay,
Contingency just come back and has something.
Yeah. thanks, Lee. Is there anything you wanted to ask us?
No, I just left everything as is and just make changes.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Okay, collections department. Hi, Laura. So you want the full-time person?
Yes, part-time.
You're part-time, full-time.
And we've taken all other new positions out
I've
of the
taken
budget.
all them positions out, just to start off with. And I know that you need some help. I'd like to have Frances here all day long. She's a delight. So, that's the only thing they're asking for.
I believe the postage also, increase the postage.
Okay, yeah. $500.
Well, I meet with Laura monthly, you know, I'm the commissioner that oversees the department, and so I'm going to say not shop to Laura. But the full-time position, I don't particularly support, not because of the need's not there, certainly. We've talked about this from year to year, and Commissioner Kelly, you'll remember this, because we went from no position to part-time to 32 hours. And one of the things that there's a backlog of cases that need to be reviewed in collection cases, and so we've talked about a couple different strategies. One of our discussions has been, would it be worth hiring, like outsourcing of some type, bringing someone in, helping us get caught up so that we can truly assess, do we need a full-time forever in our budget? Because that's what happens, it goes forever. We very rarely go back, if ever, and look at true positions. That was one option. Option number two, at the extension office, they had an open position that they hadn't filled and still have not. And so there were some dollars there, if you will. One of our discussions was maybe the court would entertain taking some of those dollars and moving this 32-hour position to 40 for a short term, if this person would be willing to get caught up. So we can move the dollars without truly staffing a full-time position. And so those were two options, potentially to get the backlog taken care of and then truly say if we need a full-time position forever. So until something happens in that direction, in my opinion, I don't think we should be staffing full-time.
So you started out with your statement by saying the need is there.
Yeah.
For full-time position.
Well, no, the need is there in terms of the work today.
Is that work going to be continuous, or is it just for, to get caught up and then you're gonna, it'll drop off?
That's what I'm afraid of. What happens is, throughout the day, of course, you know, she's there in the morning and she'll leave in the afternoon. So what happens is, the last two hours a day, that leaves usually me, because I'm the first person that they see, to handle everything that she would normally, payment cards, any questions that they might have, redirecting them to a different office, because a lot of times we get people that aren't even supposed to be in our office. That leaves me to do that. So what happens is that stops me from doing my collector's duties. So yes, it will help with the backlog, but it's mainly for the day-to-day aspects of the job, which is mainly just taking care of everybody as they come into the office, for just the little things that, you know, that take 5 or 10 minutes, but yet that's 5 or 10 minutes that takes away from, you know, an actual collector's, you know, job duties for the day, in other words. We have the times whenever, after she's gone, some judges do have courts later in the afternoon. So then what that does is that leaves me to take them all in, get them all signed in, get all their copies done. And so that takes time away from me actually being able to set up a payment schedule, and that goes to the other two collectors, which is fine. I mean, we deal with it and we get it done, but it would just be easier if she was there already doing it, and then it wouldn't take away from that. I mean, it will help with the backlog, yes, but, I mean, it's just the simple day-to-day stuff that, you know, we really need to help with also.
If you had a full-time person, how long do you think it'd take to catch up?
That's hard to say. The major backlog that we have right now is in the district courts, or the district courts cases. We have to go through each individual case, which I believe right now we have, I don't remember the exact number, but we have to go through each case, or through each defendant, and figure out where this defendant is. Are they on probation and just delinquent? Are they on parole and just delinquent? We can get, addresses there. Have they gone back to jail? Are they back in TDC? So we have to look, through all of these different programs. So looking up one person can take as long as 30 minutes, just to try to figure out where they're at and get a good address or get good contact information to try to keep, track them down. So it's just real hard to say how long exactly that will take.
Not exactly, just
Right.
approximately, it would take 3 months, 4 months, half a year.
I would hope 3 months. But again, it just depends on.
Why don't we consider putting this person full-time for 3 months, see where you're at, and then come back to the court and see if we can cut it back, or if we need to extend it a little bit further. But you said it's open extension.
Yeah, there was some dollars that we were thinking from extension. The one question I have for Kay is, I know there's a timeline. I'm imagining this line in the sand of after so many works of full-time, you're considered full-time.
If you average 30 hours or more during the measurement period, and our measurement period is a 12-month cycle, then we must consider them as full-time and offer the insurance benefits for a period of time equal to the measurement period.
So is this position 28 or over 30? Well, I had a mental note. Oh, she's 25, okay.
So
could we get by with 3 months in the measurement? So I'm thinking of a 12-week, 12 month.
as long as we stay below the average of 30 hours per week in the 12-month cycle, then we're okay. And if she's
That's not full-time. She can't go full-time.
No, she can for 3 months, and what Kay is saying is then she goes down to her 25, so the average over 12
you
should
have
still keep
to
her
average less than 30 hours in that measurement period.
So the 3-month, window, do you feel comfortable with, in the 3-month period, that you can achieve the?
We can probably make a dent in it, yes. I don't know, how many cases we can go through, but we can, I don't doubt that at all.
So Commissioner, you were indicating that, just as a part-time, but utilize it for a 3 or 4 month period to see where we were.
And then with the funds that are available from the extension.
Yeah, that was a suggestion that Laura and I have talked about too. And so, I would imagine that we coordinate a meeting with Kay to get the actual hours and the weeks down before, just kind of.
This would be something very important that, Laura, you keep up with, make sure those hours are where there should be.
And we monitor and track hours of part-time employees in HR as well. It's a bit of a manual process, but we watch that as well. But we would have to be absolutely sure of staying below it's 1,560 hours in the 12 months.
Well, and the other thing I'm debating on mentally, Scott and Carrie, keep me honest here, there's some, I wanna call it legislation, but it's not legislation. There's a discussion happening at the OCA, that's the right acronym, where indigent cases may be dismissed court fines. And so I'm not gonna give you my policy thought on that, but if that indeed happens, then that affects us at a much bigger perspective from the county fiscally, but then those cases you're not collecting on. And so that's the other kind of conversation I'm mentally going on is, do we need to add a full-time position if indeed that volume might go down? And that's gonna affect our revenue and special accounts, and it's a bigger county issue.
So how soon do we know that, at a time?
I don't know how soon, I just know it's a discussion.
I think she's referring to the indigent deal.
Right.
Yeah, my question, still want to go back to your first proposal.
Yeah.
And it has kind of a historical question too about the history of collections. But also my question is, what do you do differently than the group that we have hired, Purdue and Brandon, that does collection.
We do actual follow-up, and we have, procedures that we have to follow through the Office of Court Administration, through the state. Purdue, what they do is they do get, they can get addresses, and they can send out new notices, but they don't actually follow policies. They don't have policies and procedures they have to follow. These are the cases that after.
They collect a lot of money.
They do. They do.
So are you saying, are we overlapping?
The cases that Purdue gets are the cases that we were unable to collect on. I believe the JP sent theirs after, the 90 days, Judge? 60 days. They send theirs after 60 days whenever we were unable to collect from them. We haven't seen anything from the county clerks yet. We do have something in place that we can start doing that. What we try to do is we try to exhaust all of our resources before we actually outsource them, and that's just the way we've always done it. Purdue doesn't do the phone calls that they're supposed to, or that we are responsible for. They do not send out delinquency notices that we're responsible for. When we set up the payment schedule, we have to go through and verify all the information on those applications. Purdue is not responsible for any of that. All they're basically responsible for is for seriously delinquent cases, collecting on those cases.
But I think for some counties, because I do think that's a really good question, Commissioner Church, I think for some counties, they do all of it. Like there's some counties that they oversee that don't have a collection department, that everything is outsourced. I'm shooting.
What's the definition of seriously delinquent?
It just depends on the court. It depends on the court.
By
6 months, 6 months, a year, is that serious?
Usually they do, I've seen it, different jurisdictions just do 90 days, some do 6 months, and some do a year.
How long have we had a collections department?
How long have you been here?
Well, I've been here 9 years, the collections department has been here 10 years.
Yeah. And that was something that just came down from the legislature and said, you have to do this, and Judge Ware fought it as hard as he could, no offense. But he didn't think we needed it, and they said, yeah, you do, so we did.
And in the 10 years we've been here, I believe the last, I think I sent it to you guys, I think we've collected $15 million in those 10 years.
That's not bad.
It's over and above what Purdue was.
You see, Purdue's not here, they don't set up the payment plan, they don't work with the people, they just go out and find the money.
Well, maybe that's another strategic planning conversation, where we can understand what they do.
Hey, Purdue or her?
No, Purdue in
Oh, okay.
comparison to, I mean, we outsource it, and they're a vendor, we should know some depth of
Doesn't,
their.
yeah, but they bring us money, it doesn't cost us anything
Yeah.
to do it.
Yeah, so maybe that's another
That's a good deal.
strategic planning.
Doesn't cost us anything to hire
Well,
Purdue?
Purdue takes a percentage.
Yeah,
They take a percentage.
that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah,
we have to
but
pay
the
us.
county
The
pay that
cost
percentage.
goes to
The county doesn't pay
The
that.
county,
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the county doesn't.
so it does not cost us. Maybe that's a strategic planning.
Okay, so what are we gonna do? What do you want?
I would support the 3 month and.
Yeah, let's
Yes,
see
some
what happens and what kind of dent puts in the collection.
So that,
Come
so
back to the
she's
court.
gonna be full-time for 3 months, which means she has all,
Do we have to pay
everything that a
benefits for 3
full-time
months?
employee has for 3 months. Right, I mean,
I don't think so, no.
No, she would,
She's still part-time.
if she is considered a regular full-time employee, she would be entitled to all benefits and for that period of time. However, if she continues to be a part-time employee, working
full-time.
more hours.
So that's what I'm saying, we need to coordinate with Kay to get the schedule down before we just make that change. So we can certainly do that, and I know Laura can do that. Carrie, a line item that I'm seeing offset this is some salary dollars that we have in today's budget in the extension office. Can that be encumbered of some type to roll over the next year to help offset that? Or how would that work? Because we're so close to the end of our calendar year.
Well, I think that you're only talking about approximately $4,000 to make this position full-time for 3 months. So I don't even know that you need to worry too much about encumbering it.
Okay. Should we do a budget transfer? Not today, but as a upcoming pending agenda item, should we transfer that over so we've got it for her to do what she needs to do?
Start immediately.
Don't you think?
One more thing, Mark, can we, and I know this is piddly, but can we cut your, travel down to 2,500, just take $500 off?
I think so, yes, because I did, I'm not traveling anymore for my interpreter's license, I'll let that lapse.
Okay,
And so I think that was the extra, and then this year would be extra, because I didn't go to conference this year, because that's what my dad went.
okay.
Yeah, that's, I
So
think.
that's an extra 500, okay. Okay, anything else? Anybody have any more questions for her? All right, thank you. Okay. Sherry, tax assessor, all you're doing is getting those desks, right?
That's what my SIT funds.
Okay. Is there anything you want to talk to us about? No? I don't see, you guys see anything on here that you need to ask her? You're free to come up to the podium if you like.
That's fine.
Let's look at her, hang on, let's look at her travel.
So your workstations are 22 years old?
Yeah, they are, they're very old.
Old enough to drink?
They're old enough to drink. And it looks like they have been drinking.
And I will just say, we are gonna be closed next Friday for that installation. So, maintenance wants to come in about the floors after they're installed. So, very nice looking office on Monday.
So you travel, let's talk about that just for a second. How many people do you do travel? 3 people? Okay. It's 9,000.
Well, we're going to Houston this next year. The reason it's been so cheap is because we went to Fort Worth, and went to Lubbock, and this last year we went to Waco, so we were driving. I've already told them I'm not driving to Houston. It's just too much traffic.
And you all go to the same school at the same time?
We have our June conference, and then we have our BGM conference in November. Is the legislative year, we really need to be there.
Is the increase due to just what you're thinking of?
It's been set at 9,000 for.
I know, but you haven't reached it.
That's why I say we went to Fort Worth, and to Waco,
Okay.
so
You think you'll
we had
catch
2
this time?
conferences. And then one year, in 12, it was actually here in Amarillo, so.
How boring.
Don't worry. It was a good conference, everybody enjoyed it, and I did have to go to Color King, everybody likes to do that.
That's pretty good.
All right, anything else?
Okay, thank you. We left the desk.
Everybody's done this, right? Want to skip over facilities because he's out of town?
He indicated, text me Monday, is that
That is
it
Monday for
for the court? So we just need to bring all of our budget material back with these.
I don't think he was doing a whole lot of additional, uniform.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. Talk about the uniform. Uniforms went up from $53 a week to $300 a week.
Oh,
Yeah, I got new uniforms and that was a huge increase. We voted on, I know, Vicky's going, wait,
No, well, I just want to say that there is, from my understanding, and we can talk more about this, but from what Debbie was telling me, there's an initial setup that's in every contract. So this is a brand new contract that just started in June.
But why didn't we do the contract? I don't remember that.
I don't
They
either.
were, yeah, they were dissatisfied with G and K, and that was, Cintas is the only one left that we haven't, from my understanding, had a relationship with. And this is one that came in, so, like I said, I can research some more with Debbie as far as what the monthly fee is gonna be, but our options are really pretty much not to do any type of uniform contract. Because the other vendor was substandard, we don't wanna go back to them, so.
What makes it substandard? What was so
The
wrong?
people didn't like them, they didn't like what they were, they didn't like them.
So it's personal.
Why?
They would come back with grease spots on their shirt, on these shirts. They throw them all together with everybody else's stuff, and they'd come back looking pretty bad.
did someone escalate that to whoever the
Oh, yeah, we
owner is here? And
went loud.
Yeah, Debbie, actually, before I came in January, she'd already been out there, is that correct? A couple of times to try to rectify, and it just went back and forth, and like I said, when I came on board, they said, we've got to get something different, Centos came in, and, like I said, each department, only 3 departments utilized, it's road and bridge, facilities, and I believe the one out of, sheriff, right? The sheriff department, they'll tell you who's the one. Now, Sebastian, tell me, are these are better quality? I mean, was it
Yes.
just initial setup?
Yeah.
How's your
Our
monthly?
initial setup was, I think, $1,600 they charged out of our uniform account, but it's supposed to be cheaper in the long run. And the uniforms.
Well, it's not.
Yeah. Those uniforms, we were turning in old uniforms and they were charging us for a new uniform to replace it. And the wear and tear, we're renting them, so they shouldn't charge us for that. Cause it's already, I don't know, it's a long, drawn out thing that we've gone through. But since day one, we had issues with G&K. I mean, the guy told me to calm down, bro, whenever I got mad. He was one of the higher ups. I said, I'm not gonna calm down, cause this is not, he laughed at me is what happened, and that's what made me mad. And I said, it's not a laughing matter, you know? And we just went round and round from day one with him.
So there's only two companies that want our business,
We
that's
had
it?
They had a history.
Yeah, we've had history with all of them, but I mean, they're all the same, pretty much.
So, yeah, I'm thinking,
But
there's a common denominator.
I think Centos has a better quality uniform, and I think that's where it's gonna pay off in the long run. And you know,
Better
we
better
out get
material altogether, just better material.
Calm down, bro.
I mean, from my understanding,
I don't
my,
get
it's like, I mean, the facility was not even utilizing so bad, am I correct? Like I said, I'm getting all this from my sources, because I wasn't clear from that time, but, I know that right now, just starting in June, this was the very first setup, and then once you get your uniforms, it should be the monthly fees, so, they are very, I mean, is that?
Yeah, these are the pants.
I mean, they're
I
so
think
much
we're gonna
more
be better off
professionally
with them.
looking, they're nice, there's no grease on them, you don't think grease.
Not yet.
Yes.
My desk, I got behind my desk today.
Yeah. But they are satisfied, right?
Yes.
Your people at your jail do all the laundry for us? I'm kidding.
They, just to go back, they refused to pick up Brandon's out of the barn. He had to bring his down to the sanitary building to get his laundry done. They refused to go by there and pick it up. And his was the same way, come back just as bad as when he sent it.
And then they squawked about that, having to pick his up at the Santa Fe because it wasn't part of that department's clothes.
So how does all that happen amongst all these departments without the judge knowing, or?
Well, we're in a contract, I don't think they're.
If I tell them, calm down, bro.
That came back.
I feel like, you know, with it affecting so many departments.
It came back to court, and we asked to change, and we changed it, and y'all changed it, let us go to the new contract with a different person.
And so we had to wait for that project to start in June, because we had to fulfill our current contract, because all these contracts, like right now, if we were to get out after being only 1 month in Centos, we're gonna have to pay X amount of dollars to get out of that
I
contract.
know, it's a 3-year deal, right?
Yes.
Well, hopefully you'll be satisfied with this company.
Yeah.
So far,
3 years.
There were some other things that Jerry had discussed too in my discussion, we'll just talk to him. Okay?
So are we passing all of his, cause he also,
Yeah, we're passing all this, projects and stuff, everything.
okay.
Okay, elections.
I learned in second grade, it's never good to have to check my phone.
That's right.
But, and I guess before we get to the real elephant in the room, one thing that I can tell you right now is you can put my name in a conference. It is not required on your travel
Okay.
And, my heart is not set on going, so if you want to take 1,200 off the top of travel, that would be no sweat. The other thing is, if you look at the postage account, that is a carryover because Judge Ware used to always tell me to, keep it the same every year. But in truth, our postage is up one year and down the next because we're mailing out the certificates or not. And so if you want to take $5,000 out of it without bagging out, that would be also. I know you guys were talking about new positions, and in my extra help, I already have this budgeted, and this is something I always done. I have a part-timer in my office that I put on during a big election, full-time for a couple of months. And so, I already submitted that paperwork to have that for Cassie Bledsoe. The other thing that we want to do with this election is using some additional funds from this budget year, as well as some of the extra help, to add a bilingual part-time person to the office between September the 12th and election day. And, because we want to be able to serve the entire community and field phone calls as needed. We'll be using that person for other things. That person's not gonna sit there and just answer the phone, but that was the reasoning on that one. So when we're talking about new positions, they're not really new, but they kind of, one of them kind of is. That's already budgeted in there.
What line item is that?
It's under, extra help, that you see up there.
Okay, gotcha.
And so it's basically, I'm taking an election marker and just using them in the office.
Is this, in green, is that the current budget?
Yes.
Okay, so 100,000 current, and you have it as 80
Yes.
in the proposal, okay.
And the reason for that, there's a reason for that, and that's because we are shifting some things over to Fund 236. So when we do outside contractual elections, they will be paid out of 236, those expenses. And, because we're paid by the entities for those expenses. And so, basically Carrie and I worked to clean up some of the stuff that had been crossed. And so some things that had been budgeted previously in 1,500 is now budgeted for 236.
And is this, I'm just trying to find the line item, you had asked for, was it a bump in pay on an employee, Chris?
Yes, actually, yes.
Is that in that same line item, or?
No, that's a different money. This is, basically when this office was established, the court just made their best stab at what we needed. And they basically put an EA in there and said everybody else is a clerk. And I really need a deputy EA or assistant EA, whatever you want to call it. And I have somebody who's been doing that, and really she's more of a technology position than just a deputy clerk. And so this request is because we need this in our office. And previously, there would have been something like that. But when the switch was made, like I said, the court did their very best to guess what we were going to need. And this is one of those places where we guessed wrong. And so that is why that request is being made.
I'm in agreement with that. I think she needs that.
Because of
Because when Julie was in charge of elections, Moxie, what was Moxie's salary? Moxie was helping you with that. What was her salary?
40, is about 42, something like that. She was a
So Christie's making 33, we bumped her to 40, very warranted.
The public will look on your face, and that's
Yeah.
as far as the duties, and you want to go a little bit more in, Lynn, as far as the duties of the EA.
I'm just thinking, for the other departments, you know, that are advocating for part-time and full-time, and, you know, we're kind of taking an initial stance of nothing until we land at the bottom, and whatever that bottom is, then we can have some discernment. And so, I mean, I think you bring up a very valid point, and I just think in terms of consistency to all of the departments, I recommend that we follow the same philosophy of, we're not increasing new positions or dollar amounts, and then we get to the bottom, and I know Judge, you see this certainly as a priority, and see where we land. And I'm coming from a consistency to all departments perspective, not what she does, and I mean, I think her skill set, and I'm up there, I see her and work with her directly as well, but just thinking consistency across departments, which is even the same conversation with Laura just a few minutes ago. That's my puzzle.
Well, I understand that, if we were starting at a consistent level, what we were saying here is we were starting at a deficit with this person, that's why I'm asking for this exception.
Board in that position.
I'm gonna say yeah, y'all can say what you want, but I'm gonna say yeah.
I think it's been noted that it's certainly been a need for that, certainly from the position that we talked about, is a little bit different than, with this position.
Okay, what else you know?
So are we good with that? I mean, are we leaving it in? I don't know.
Is this something we want to take up later in our meetings? See where we're at, or do we, that a need?
Better know it, so
Yeah.
if we have a problem.
So leave it in for now until we get to the end.
Yes.
I would say so.
The elephant in the room is my request, obviously, for new voting equipment. And, I have $450,000 that I have banked from contractual elections to bring to the table. Where we are on this is that there is basically a rate card price, or the retail price we've received is about $1 million. This is with no negotiations. We cannot negotiate with a company unless we have it in the budget. And that's where it is. In my mind, if it's in there and we budget it and we say, yeah, if we have some things come up in the county, we can't do it. At least we have done our, in good faith, gone to the table with an estimate.
And we have a window of time that I think we're going to, as far as October, deadline as far as getting a substantial discount if we at least enter into negotiation.
Right, between now and December, if we were to enter into negotiations, one of the vendors has said there would be a substantial discount. We don't have a definition for sure of what substantial is, because we can't ask that until we have money to bring to the table. So I've got a chicken and egg kind of situation here. And that's why it is here. One possibility, that $1 million is really the worst case scenario, because we know it's going to be less than that, we just don't know what. One scenario would be that, I've asked for you guys to put in $550,000 to commit to that. If you wanted to, you could commit $350,000, and we go out there saying, this is what we have, we see if they can meet it.
Is there a figure out?
What are you looking at? I'm looking to make sure.
The daggers are
to make sure that I'm not stepping out of line with
I think it's
saying that from a negotiation.
Yeah.
Is there any competition on this?
This is with one of the vendors. There's only 2 vendors currently approved in the state of Texas. And so, yes, they would both be receiving an RFP. There's a 3rd vendor that is still in the negotiations with Texas, but has not been approved at this time. They would also be included in that, with what they can bring to the table to offer. So, yeah, we would want to get everybody's best and final on this.
Do we know what they've done in other states?
Well, I don't know about, in other states, they have a lot more choices, but they also approve some election equipment that doesn't meet the standard in Texas. We have a higher standard than the federal government. And, so yes.
Some states are 100% mail-in ballots, is that right?
Some states are.
And they're the ones with the highest voter turnout. It's very interesting what other states have.
It is all over the map as to what other states have done. I can tell you that Lubbock County is planning to take delivery on equipment in December of this year, and so one of the things for this, we're trying to get it with them, because this particular vendor has said we can do a bulk thing with Lubbock if we're in time to do that. What they've done in Randall County is their commission has set aside money for the past few years. They didn't spend it, it wasn't the budget for anything, but they have said 2 years ago, they said, we're putting aside $500,000 in the special fund, and then they put another $500,000, and they're about to put another $500,000. And that's what they have done. And so we all would like to have grant money. Last time we had grant money was the HAVA funds, and it happened after 2002 when we had hanging chats. And, so, you know, barring that happening again, we have no reason to believe that we will have any grant money. And we don't want that to happen again.
So
We would
what,
like grant money.
so what do we need to have in place before we can enter into the negotiation?
We would have to
We
have
need, as a purchasing agent, I need to know in the budget that we have X amount of dollars to go out for request for proposal or negotiate a contract through, like, this particular equipment can be purchased off of interlocal if we choose to do that. That you were saying that that might not be an option, but technically, to answer your question, we have to have the funds in the budget, approved funds.
Can we take that
Capital projects?
Yes.
So you mind a suggestion of maybe $350,000 to put aside?
That would be my suggestion, knowing that what you're facing with the budget, to go ahead and put that in the budget so we could do negotiations.
Yes, that's correct. If it's more, then, you know, of course, we would have to come back and request that, or if it comes in less, which would be.
But at least that opens the door.
A blessing.
Yes, a blessing.
And Carrie, if it comes out of capital projects, that's a fund balance account?
Yes, basically, general fund transfers money out of fire and reserves and that fund to cover capital expenditures.
And so how much is in there currently if we're making a note to maybe take this out of capital?
The amount that is not allocated is right out of
Okay. Would you feel good about that as a possible suggestion? Yeah, okay.
That's what I was suggesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay. You know, this is one of the few things we really are told we have to do is conduct the elections. And truly good election is very important to our members. So, we're gonna have to do it because our equipment's old.
What's a lifespan on equipment?
Well, it's just like any other technology. 10 years is considered old, and we are at 10 years. They tell us that they're, you know, the current vendors tell us that they don't expect ours to get to 10 years and just stop. We are seeing, we are doing more to keep our equipment running and running perfectly than we have had to do in the past. And that's kind of where our situation is now. There are stories out there that there are some folks, not with our equipment, I don't think, but with some others that are having problems getting parts as they need them. And up to and including someone who, there's a story that they purchased their parts on eBay. And which is not what we want for this type of security equipment. So we're not in that situation. We don't want to be in that situation.
Well, and I'm thinking through this kind of philosophy of not this year, but, you know, if this is a particular topic where we as a court year to year need to put a little aside so that when we get to year 10, the commissioners at that time are not, I wrote it down, strategic planning.
Well, and you know, one of the things that hadn't been from 2006 is we have a little place in the law that allows us, when we do work for an outside entity, to charge up to 10% for the cost of each machine we use.
And we're not charging that.
We are, but we weren't until just a few years ago. And so with the equipment we have now, each one was $2,500 at the time we purchased it. So we charge $250. That's where I've gotten to that $450,000 balance that I have to bring to the table. With new equipment, chances are these machines are gonna be $400 each on the rental too. So yes, I think that it's very important that as we do work for the outside entities, that we always make it a policy that we charge that for the use of that equipment so that we can, in 10 years, if we charge 10% every single time, we should have the money for it.
So is that particular account earmarked for
Elections.
elections, so that's kind of already happening.
Yes, that
The
is
10%.
236.
Do you think it also warrants a bigger conversation of what are elections being held that we are not hosting, that we could be, because we now have a financial motivation to do that, the 10%,
Well,
like
and
city elections?
we've already started doing that. We had never done the city and schools elections until the last election cycle. And so now we are doing it. And we will not be saying no to those. I mean, we are the entity for hospital district, water districts, city, schools, Amarillo College, and in there, that are within our county. And so we aren't saying no to anyone.
Any feedback from the rental agreements from them? Do they squawk at that at all?
They kind of swallowed hard. But no, mainly because Randall County has agreed to do the very same thing and for the very same purpose, so that they can have funding for their election equipment when they need it. And so, I don't want to say that they don't have a choice, but we are their best choice even with that in there.
And with both counties doing it, it really.
Just costing too much
Well,
money
and
to do
since
it.
all the funds have gone away, I really think that all of the counties that have EAs are looking at this because we're all looking for how we're gonna fund this, and this is just, it's provided in law, and it makes sense to me that that's why.
Well, and I have a mental note that when the city helped buy the Randall County's equipment.
Correct.
At that time.
Correct. And, they did theirs at no cost for a long time because of that, but basically they hit a point and said, we believe we have paid you guys back and then some, and so we are now charging it.
Carry on the line item, the budget request on that tab. I just have the programming site maintenance. That line item going from 38 to 46. It used to be 12. What's in that?
Program and site support.
Oh, yeah, that's another one that we have managed to cut the cost of because there was a time that we would pay for a field tech basically from ES&S to come to our county and sit, and they were kind of like an insurance policy in case anything broke. And they would be there to fix it. And what we noticed is that if something didn't go quite right, they picked up the phone and called someone, and our thinking was we could do the same thing. So what we did was we brought in ES&S several years ago, and we trained field techs on the back end of the election equipment. And if there's a screen that freezes or something that goes wrong, what to do. And so that's how we changed what we pay on that, is we've taken that in-house.
Also, this is one of the expenses that we have been paying from Fund 236 that we should not be paying from 236, so that's why you see an increase in the general fund.
Okay,
Is
and
this-
then, go on, sir.
Is this a line item that we pay ES&S to develop the ballot?
We do pay, and that is kind of in there in the supplies, because at this time we do pay ES&S for our ballot programming, and it's the feeling of our department is with a change in equipment that we want to take that in-house and do our own programming. It will give us more flexibility, and I think it's going to be less stressful for us. So,
Glad to hear it.
in fact, that's one of the conditions for this. Every vendor we're looking at the back end, is what does it take for us to actually program and create the ballots versus sitting it out to be done.
And on our printout, this was listed as contracts. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure. And then there was a non-capital for 2,000.
I believe that was just a contingency, and that's, when we have laptops and monitors.
And you've taken that out, Judge?
And if you take them.
We did not take that out. We need to take that out. No, it was taken out because it wasn't any detail on the
Okay, that's because it's a contingency.
And then there was an equipment rental truck.
Yes, we do have to get trucks for the delivery of election equipment, and that price has gone up, especially for November. We're gonna be sitting out a lot of equipment.
But it looks like a new line item this year. Have we done that, or has it been in a different account?
You know, I think it's been equipment rental, I just wrote the word truck by it. But that's usually what we rent.
We don't own any trucks that we can.
There was a truck.
We own
that-
quite a few.
Yeah, we had some, we did use one that Road and Bridge had, and I believe it's totally bit the dust, maybe even caught on fire.
There's a bunch of new ones in the fleet these days.
And so it was my understanding that there is not a truck for us to use, because we rent a 24 to 30-foot truck for this. So I don't know if we have them or not. But it's my understanding that we did not.
And then the cell phones going from 3,000 to 4,000, that line item, are those for the hotspots?
Those are for the Verizon hotspots.
Okay.
Okay. I think it looks good, thank you. Anybody have any other questions? All right, county clerk. What's going on?
Nothing, no, pretty much the same, cut a few little things. I do have two, positions that I'll give up, that I'm not gonna refill.
Really?
Really?
You're the first department to do that.
Is one of them yours and Stephanie?
5 years.
Yeah, mine is Stephanie.
Yeah, you did.
I'm
You're
going to
done.
honeymoon.
You're
No.
done.
Yeah, we've been able to, combine some of our departments. And,
So that's saving the county how much?
62.
62.
We don't need them, we do have one other one that we're waiting to see if we need to fill it. And, you know, it's the hopes of this new case management system too, that we will see that as we streamline processes.
So that's one of my positions that you're willing to get up now and, next year and get right back.
I make no promises. No, I'm just kidding. No, unless you saw an influx of property or, you know, if there's a big hit of oil and gas around here. Those kind of things, but I definitely don't need those two.
So I see that you've increased your education travel,
No, that was the same from last year, and we did that.
but you haven't used it all.
I have not used it all, but what I would like to do for this year is that Tyler does offer a conference, and they only do it like once every 3 years in the state of Texas. It's extremely expensive, but I do have 2, maybe 3 people that I would like to send. Registration alone is like $600. And we've got the probate school, and now I do travel to all the conferences, but that's because I sit on the education committee. So we're responsible for all of that, but.
So you need all that then?
Well, I mean, I didn't, so I get reimbursed from the judiciary, and if they continue to do it, just a rough estimate of what I would have actually spent had they not reimbursed it, it would have been like $5,700. But with the reimbursements that we get from the judiciary, I've spent about $3,700. Is that what y'all are seeing, Carrie? These are just some really rough figures that I ran.
I think that's a smart move with Tyler though, because that's such a big move for y'all, and
It is, and I'd like to send it at least, like I said, if they're in Texas, because the other ones are out of state, and that increases your travel expenses. And so, since I have 2 Tyler, or will have 2 Tyler products, then I was gonna send one of my gals from the OPR records and one from the court department, and maybe one other if I can. Depends on how far we can stretch it, or whether we drive or fly.
What Texas is it?
It's in San Antonio, and flights are just getting, well, you can't book them anymore without booking them separately each time they want to go, so.
Well, Julie, I applaud your efforts. You are the first that I've ever seen do that, and as a part of these big technology purchases, that's the hope.
Yep.
At least that's the hope that I try to communicate to the taxpayers, is we want to get efficiencies, and good job.
Well, I hope I don't regret it, but anyway.
Knock on
So,
wood. Right?
yeah.
Okay, anything else in yours?
I don't think so. Anything that I need for, I've left my, stationery and supplies the same, but that's because anything that we need for Tyler, we'll either buy out of that or maybe buy from with records management money. We don't really know.
Your equipment, your copier stuff,
No, we decreased it. We had put it in, yeah, we decreased it to 10.
Online and do that. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I don't know, we ran the numbers and figured that would work. If not, I guess I'll
Okay.
give it back to you.
And then the scanners, 3 document scanners.
Yeah, that's just for Tyler.
Okay. District clerk.
Are you having 2 new positions too?
Yeah.
Come on, Karen.
But I can foresee that there'll be some changes along the way, yeah. Well.
And I think the best way, to your point, I'm sorry, is the attrition. You know, because I think sometimes employees hear that and they think, oh no, our jobs aren't secure.
No.
That's not the idea. It's that once the positions are vacant is the time to do it. Because it's not an intentional thing against an employee, but that's the
Because we don't want to
softest
retire
time.
anyone,
Yeah.
move off into different locations.
I don't know what you took off. Let's see.
You wanna know what I took off?
Yeah, we took off on contract services at 2,000. Oh, software maintenance, is that where it was? Yeah. No.
Gary, what do we?
Okay, yeah, you took that off, okay, that's all. On the jury one, did you take off, we took off the 6,000 for the judicial services, annual maintenance program. I'm sorry.
That's okay, I'm lost too.
Yeah, well, since I have different ones. Oh, that software maintenance, of $6,000, that needs to be in Jason's budget.
Can't even see it on here.
Where that's-
It's right there, software maintenance.
What page is that on our work paper? We're on the
It's 225 budget.
Yes,
Count, what page is it?
665.
Jury. Okay, yeah, I need the question marks like that.
Okay, and then on my,
So that goes
quick,
down.
yeah,
Well,
I think it really is in Jason's budget.
And is that the one that is the 30,000 that you put into offset that? Is that what that software maintenance is? That's not for Odyssey?
No, that's for the judicial, our jury program, annual maintenance.
It's in Jesus, okay, okay.
Okay, and then we go to equipment. That is 2110, so I guess we'll go all of that.
Can we finish the one, like the 22, I'm sorry, we bounced from 2110 to 2515 in equipment, and I'm trying to follow you. Can we stay, wherever you'd like us to start, Carrie?
We're on 2250 on the screen if y'all want to do that.
Okay.
Which one you want, 2110?
The jury program.
Page 65.
Oh, we're gonna stay there, okay.
And then, okay, I'm sorry, I was just being very nice.
You asked me.
Okay, that's right, okay.
Education and travel, there's 1,000 there. There wasn't any
There
last
have
year.
been, in previous years, there have been, travel training for, this judicial conference. They haven't had it, I guess I can take it out actually. Let's see where it goes.
And then postage increase, is that just because of case increase or what?
It's just because of, yes, we have to sit down first. Well, the maximum expenditure is 42,000, almost 43,000, and that was last year.
That was in 14.
That was in 14,
Yeah.
15, yeah.
We had 40 in there last, this current year, we have 40. How much have we spent so far to date?
About 21,000.
Can we do 40? I think we should.
Yes, it's 40. Is the lease copier equipment, the 5,000, is that in the, someone else's budget?
Ginger, you're gonna make that postage.
Oh, it comes out of that jury budget.
The postage to 40. 40? Yeah, it's 40.
What you say, Carol, that lease copier is,
Well, I thought it was, but she said it comes out of the church. I thought all the copiers were in somewhere.
Are we good with this one? Or do you?
The only concern on the postage is, even though she's only spent 24,000 today, we pay $5,000 at a time, a couple of times a year for the return mail. So we've only paid it once this year, so we're gonna have, we know, one lump sum, 5,000. But unless postage goes up, I don't know, we're seeing this.
They haven't put out any information about an increase yet. And if it happens, it's usually January, but they haven't given us any information about it yet. I mean,
We have been sending out fewer summons this year. The girls in that department are, doing a better job on checking addresses. And also our vendor, added in a GPS, address on vendors so we could make sure we're not sending them to Rankin County. So we are doing less, so that's, yeah.
Carrie, are we gonna go back to 2110?
Yeah.
And that's, I have it as page 44.
Yeah.
Your education travel is gonna be about the same. Yeah. How many people at your department do you take?
On the one trip, that's in October, we take 5. But we drive. And, road trip. Yeah, it is road trip. We all get a big van, a big SUV.
So you have 2 education and travel line items. You have one and then CSA.
That was in child support, one, that was put in whenever child support changed, quite a few years ago.
Do we still need that additional line?
That's the one I used to take on my staff too, that last one, that CSA, where I take it out of that one. And, I am, like Julie, I am, chair of the legislature, so I have to go to every conference. I speak at most of them.
Do they reimburse you for that?
They will, well, I get the judicial, reimbursement, but I also will go down other times to testify and to lobby. And many times that what they'll do is extend a day. Well, like on this one, if we're going down next week, this month, we're gonna go visit the comptroller and the DPS the day before, so we extended it. When it gets down to, lobbying and testifying, I have asked the association. Sometimes I split, just to see. I have my daughter was down there, so I stayed with her a lot, so that helped out. But, yeah, I do ask the association.
That CSA expense is actually has an offsetting revenue, fees that have to be used specifically for the child support administration.
And is that off of a fee, that as a part, there's a fee that they collect on the cases?
Yes, well, it's not on the cases, it's, it actually dates back to when they were paying us, when y'all were doing their child support. There's not a lot of money left in that account. So, and it designated over years, we're actually down to $322.
Oh, so there's not enough in there to offset this, it's just $300?
Yeah, we quit being a child support, maybe community health person because, we were having to, it's a long story, but we were having to get all the information from the attorneys on social security numbers, children's birth dates, all this stuff, and they just weren't giving it to us, because of all the, sensitive data, it would be like dragging teeth. And we got paid, I think, when we get paid, $3, $5 for each case, we turned into, so it was a lot more trouble. So now we're sending all the orders down to the state disbursement unit, and they're the ones that are finding all that information.
So we still pay dues, it looks like the dues are going up.
Well, there are two different organizations out there. One is the County and Texas District Clerk Association Alliance, and that's the one I take all my staff, my supervisors. And the other one is just the regular association of dues, and it did go up this year. Now, I've got in here a copier increase, and I think I have it in another budget, so we probably can lower this. Yeah, I have it in my records management, budget, which is, 245. I have 5,000 for a high-level copier scanner in there. I guess we can take this down to, well, let's see what we do, management spending, how about, 14,000?
It's the 17.5.
Yeah. And then the two things that are in my equipment budget, we can take off.
I think there's one on page 66. That's the district clerk jury account, 2250. The large chair for jurors, 10 of them.
As it turns out, we have money in our, equipment, our supply budget, and we were able to buy them in a lot less. Okay. And we did that
So
already.
take that out of this year's.
Did that out of this year, okay. Unfortunately, it's very needed. And then the scanner, the two scanners for $2,000. I've got that also in my record management.
I don't see a scanner in here. So I didn't see a scanner in here.
Oh, I put it in there.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Are there any other accounts, Carrie, out of, except the 2110 and the 2250?
Just when we get to special funds, that's all the general fund.
You want to go over my records management plan?
Doesn't matter, we can while you're here.
Yeah. And that shows you where I put these other things.
Where is that?
That was those attachments. That's out of the, is that out of the box, what you left in the box? Yes. Okay, so it wasn't in your original packet, last Friday.
So the first one is the scanner, which I had in the regular clerk budget. We took that out. The next one, like Julie, they do have the Odyssey Users Conference, and I'm planning to send several to it.
Caroline, I'm sorry. The first line item is the intern for Tyler project.
Well, okay, I guess that is because the funds are being carried over. Is that right?
Right, there was an original $82,000 that Caroline, made available to IT and her staff, and this is what's left over, what we left over the this year, that $82,000.
And so this is an intern that's gonna work in your department or in IT?
It's gonna be in IT.
Okay,
Be working with Lana on getting the title project done.
like a paid intern?
Yeah.
With this. And then, when the money's depleted, or you, I'm sorry, you said?
Yeah, when the money's depleted, that's it, unless they can pick it up.
It is in Jason's budget request to add a part-time intern also, with this money's gone.
To add in the part-time when this money's gone? Did we remove that or we kept it in?
None of the new positions were ever in, so it is not in there.
But the amount that's being, was being changed around, so there would be money, but maybe not the position for Jason, I'm speaking for Jason.
Okay, I wouldn't want an intern to think that we're gonna absorb the position, like it not be communicated to whoever's taking it. That they're taking an intern that, you know, sometimes it might turn into a full-time, and in this case, to be clear, that it's not funded.
Yeah, I didn't have that in mind because I didn't know how much was left.
Okay, so moving on down to the capital equipment, you've already bought the scanners, you're going to,
We need to buy the scanner whenever it comes, 3 scanners. And then, I just don't know what to say, else need whenever, Odyssey goes by. We might need some label makers, we might make, so anyway, that's why I put 15,000 in miscellaneous equipment.
is that in March of next year?
We hope so.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
Yeah.
That's the plan. And then the last one is the 30,000 for the annual.
And then the miscellaneous equipment when Odyssey is live.
Yeah, I just don't know what it's gonna be. I just wanted to have something in there in the records management so that if there's extra things, it's in a budget.
It's just something we don't know yet.
Yeah, and this is restricted money for records management.
And the, Carrie, the annual revenue that we expect to increase, to get incoming for to offset this?
How much do I get out of records management?
That's just your money, that's what she's paying to. That's just this.
Oh, where did that go?
We share that technology fund, it brings in about 6,000 a year, and the archive money actually goes into the general.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's designated, it's just,
Is that it?
it's designated, it is earmarked specifically for archive expenditures, but it is located.
Well, I had 372,000 starting, in May, to expand out the bus funds.
And this is just what comes in each year. This is what comes in each year.
Yeah, I've been pretty stingy with this funds until we got the size.
Okay, so you've got 5,000 in your Odyssey users conference, is that something that you already talked about in your other?
No, that's not in this.
This is additional?
Like Julie said, we need to make sure these people
Stay up to date, yeah. All right, anything else?
Is there any other accounts, Carrie?
Oh, there's something else we need to talk about. When the new, salary issue came up. Yeah.
We had to do that now or at the end?
What?
Well,
you know, whenever the, new positions, that was the federal government, ruling that exempts that.
It's the new threshold in the Fair Labor Standards Act that becomes effective December the 1st. And
You've got about 9 people that.
No, out of the 5 that were in the county, I had 4.
You had 4.
Four that were affected, and we talked about them previously. They
They're
were
my supervisors.
Yeah, they're the 4 supervisors in each division, and they would have to be brought up in order to remain exempt. Their salary will have to be brought up to the $47,476 threshold that is the new exemption threshold effective December 1st. They're at, each one is at less than 2,000 threshold now, below that threshold now. So
I had put in 5% increase in salary like we do every year. And with the 5% for these 4 employees, that would get them to the threshold. And the rest would be.
What is the amount? 47,000?
47.
A lot of girls don't have 47,000.
They're not exempt.
No, they're, your coordinator is accepted from that requirement. I mean, they're not exempt. This is exempt from overtime.
Gotcha, okay.
So should they not be exempt?
We discussed it back in June.
Should any other supervisor in the county not be exempt?
Oh, I think that is a can of worms, you know,
And
and
as we
hence
say,
this
every year
compensation
when
thing.
it gets into talking about salaries, my, office is the lowest paid in the department.
You might wanna switch this to the end.
Yeah, in the department, in the, county, and I think for respect is something that, they need.
Yeah, I think we never.
And for the amount.
At the end of the,
So you're talking about an $8,000 expense to get there.
It's enough to
That's a
have
lot.
Is that figured, is it already figured in?
No.
I guess it's no point on it.
Well, the counter to that is that they're not exempt positions. And we
Well,
can
but-
keep them at where they are.
If
If they
anyone pay over.
That's a,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a budget.
Right. Then we would be, liable for any overtime, taking the time and a half.
Working overtime?
Some, 2 of the 4 have, and these are old figures, these are the figures that I presented, earlier before the court, but it looks like the civil and jury supervisors have both worked overtime in the previous, 12-month cycle. So,
How much over?
at that time, and these are older figures, but at that time, civil had worked, 31, and,
Over a
0.08
Over 12 months?
over a 12-month cycle, and then, jury was much less, it was only at 4.5. They do all meet the duties test, for exemption, and that's why they're set at exempt now, because they meet those duties tests, and those duties haven't changed. The only difference is the, Fair Labor Standards Act threshold was moved down effective December 1st.
In fact, with the institution of the new honesty program, that's the training. It's gonna be a bunch every year.
And these are all supervisors.
Today.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Karen.
Thank you. All right, well, let's break for lunch. And, come back at 1,
Because you only have
okay, come back at 1 o'clock. Recess. It's 1 o'clock, we're back in session. We are now on page 45, specialty courts, which I believe is the mental health division of the specialty court, which is the mental health docket, is that correct? There's really not much to discuss here, except that it's just part of his salary, is about.
Is this the one that takes care of the mental health hearings? No.
No, this is mental health docket, I do the hearings,
So what
that's
is
just
that?
part of my salary.
Which claim is that?
This is the mental health docket that I started.
What's the show cause?
That's the ones I don't do, because I'm not supposed to do so-called antibodies. That's like reading back at the book before you start. See who
Do we get reimbursed for any of those from other counties that use us?
we bill them. As a matter of fact, we probably need to talk to Kat about, we probably need to look at that again. We're still billing the same price that they paid 20 years ago.
strategic planning session.
Yeah, we need to discuss that, the interlocal between all the counties. Okay, there's probably no questions or any questions on this.
What position is funded? Is this your?
No, that's Peter Canales up at CSD. Okay, and the district courts, they're all just getting new PCs.
From Jason Adams yesterday afternoon.
Yeah.
Everyone except Judge Weaver and Judge Roberts, I believe, can buy theirs out of their current budgets.
Okay.
Everything else.
Okay, good. All right, good, so we can skip on down.
So wait a
Wait,
second. So the 3 out of the 5 are taking their money out of this year's to not next year's.
Actually, 5 out of 7, I'm
5 out of 7.
that's what it is.
So on their budget, Judge, on the 47th district, the 2130 is where I'm at, page 46. other than, I was watching the travel, that it stayed consistent from office to office. I didn't have anything on the 47. So are they also doing, that court also asked for a laptop as well as the PCs? Is that happening this budget year?
147, they are taking it out of their current, yes.
Current, okay. And you've already pulled that out?
I did. Took it back down to $6,000 that they were last year.
Anything else?
100.
Any other questions on the district courts or what's it on?
Anybody? No, I don't have any. Carrie, on the 2185, I think you're almost there yet. The 3,000, that's the only thing in that line item. What is this 3,000 for?
Possibly postage or, I don't believe she has a copier, but any small materials that she has, that it's just easier, Sandra makes funds for that type of thing.
Okay.
Are we passing over to the associate judge?
We just talked about it.
2175 is the original associate judge's salary. You will notice that on that one, y'all had provided for a payment last year, and we did move that to the house security, that's why it's not, that's why it's here this year.
That's right after Jeremy.
So, you're working 3 days in this, or working 2 days.
Right, if it's okay with her, I don't see any JPs here. We're gonna let them skip to the extension office and let them speak because they have somewhere they need to be. Is that right? Is that okay?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much.
So what page are we on for that one? Somebody tell me. I don't know one. What is it? 91? Because you want to increase in your auto allowance.
Right, that's all that we have asked for is an increase in the auto allowance. We prepared documents and sorry, our internet, email, everything's been down in our office since at least Saturday that we know of, so, we haven't had a chance to get this to you. I think all of that we prepared. Some supporting documents, what we've done for each agent, is summarize the miles driven, which we record every month in the, our commissioners' court reports that go to our extension fellows, as well as to each of you. We prepared that for each agent. And then I've also included, just to give us an idea of the, I guess, standard, if you will, if there is one, the compensation or support or vehicle structure at each individual county level. What we've done is compile the miles, the current reimbursement rate for IRS, which is I believe 54.5 cents. I calculated that. I took out my fuel usage on mine. And if you see, we've been since I've been here, been compensated $4,200. If it was on a mileage reimbursement rate, it would have come out to $12,947.44. So again, that's the mileage rate times the miles, and then subtracting the fuel usage. If you look at the spreadsheet that I prepared with all of the other counties, this is just in our district. So District 1 is the
upper 22 counties or 21 different extension programs, because down in Hardwick combined, it has all of those compensations. There's not really a way to level that playing field because there's all sorts of different structures. Like I said, there's no real standard. But all of the counties that have specific county vehicles are down here at the bottom. Some are reimbursed on a full lump sum per month rate. Some are done monthly, as ours is. Some are done monthly plus mileage. Some are done just strictly mileage. Even the Sherman County has different rates depending on what condition you're driving in, whether you're towing a trailer or not towing a trailer. So I just wanted to show that we're covering a lot of country, and we're trying to do our job as best we can. We're asking for a small increase in compensation.
Any comments, questions?
There's the request doesn't seem to be out of hand.
I'm sorry?
What they're requesting doesn't seem to be out of hand. No.
I think, you know, the county, Carter County, obviously reimbursing fuel. It's kind of one piece added to the pie, and I'm following your spreadsheet correctly. Your second page of this one that's stapled, is the total fuel usage. So is this dollar amount how much fuel you've used off the gas card at the county? Is that where this is coming from?
That is gas card and travel combined. So when we go on a trip out of the area, that's taken out of the education and travel line item. When we're in the area, we take that out of the, I guess it's called fuel line item. So we pulled both of those figures and combine that for me into the fuel usage, total. So like I said, some of them, you see that Lipscomb County there at the top, that's just a lump sum paid to that agent, and there's no other contingencies, no fuel, no maintenance, no anything reimbursed, just that lump sum.
Does that include out of county travel?
That does, yes, sir. Of course, Lipscomb is way up there, so he goes, he's got to drive 100 miles to get a donut. It seems like it's out there. Gray County, again, lump sum, but then down Hartley Hall, Oldham, Randall, those all have fuel budget line items as well. Anytime there was no fuel or any other travel contingencies, I noted that.
And then Austin, would you, the column that says miles driven, would these numbers match up with the monthly reports that you give us? Because I know each commissioner, I think Carrie gets one, the judge gets one, so that should match up those figures, these miles driven against the reimbursement on that kind of stuff. Okay.
Part of the justification for Potter County always to have a little bit less is because we are right through the city. You do not have to go 300 miles round trip to go to a district meeting or whatever meeting is here. So I see this as just a salary increase rather than
So where's the farthest you travel? Where's the?
I mean, I can cover 300 or so miles in a day if I.
I mean, city-wise, where's the farthest you've gone?
Yeah, we have the LX Ranch. I guess the furthest that we would be from our office would be the LX Ranch, which would be 9 miles north of the Canadian River, 4 or 5 miles off of the highway. If you calculate just the furthest distance that I can think of now. When you talk about other miles, outside of the county. The end of last month, I traveled to Waco for our professional development meeting with the Texas County Ag Agents Association. That rotates every year. Last year it was in Corpus Christi. This year it's in Waco, next year it's in Odessa. It rotates district by district, so, travel a day or two for my person, of course, Fort Worth, San Antonio, San Antonio, and stock shows for our youth.
Those should come out of your education and travel.
Correct. That's just a total compilation.
You asked me salaries, I look at how it's salaries, so it's just treated like a salary because taxes are taken out. That's what I said.
So Commissioner Church, because you have some expertise in this role, I'm looking at even Randall County, who is reimbursed at $450 on your spreadsheet here. Do they get fuel reimbursement as well? So if part of the logic is the county being at the center, what would be so different between us two counties that we would be like 300 and Randall would be at 450?
Well, if you take in the fuel allowance, it's more.
But Randall has fuel allowance.
And the agent there couldn't quote the exact fuel, but I told him what ours was, and he said it's similar. That's all.
I just didn't know if there was something different county by county, that there wasn't, from an agent perspective or traveling perspective, that was so different between us. So we're fairly comparable in size and geographic area and those kind of things. I was just trying to keep you up.
So you guys take your personal vehicle in one of those cases?
And as you can see at the bottom, some counties, I didn't do a final count, 2, 4, 6, 9 counties out of the 21 have a designated county vehicle for the county station.
And so Austin, you're not advocating saying, let us have the IRS rate reimbursement rate, because it, like for you in particular, if you were paying that rate as opposed to this reimbursement, it'd be 15,000. And you're saying the county reimbursement with the current is 4,200.
I just wanted to, I guess, show another perspective on where some are or would be, and if ours converted to the IRS reimbursement rate, where we would be and where we are now. So I guess that's the best way I can say it, is just to have another perspective.
I don't have any more questions about those.
So Carrie, where does that line item live on the budget? Oh, right there, auto allowance. So what's plugged in there now, it's not in there now.
2008.
Oh, it is in there.
2008 is in there, and they promised 12,006.
So are we not putting it in, or are we putting it in?
I'm saying we put it in, we'll see what happens at the end of the day tomorrow. Is that all right with y'all? Is that good? Okay. Thanks. Okay, we're on page 60 now, is that right, Ginger? There we go. JP? Her, Debbie's education increased, but only this year because she's sending 2 clerks to school. Debbie Horn, Judge Horn, page 60.
Everything else she kept the same.
Everything else is the same, yeah. So that's okay with me, that's okay with y'all. JP2, is in there?
This 2 new clerks, did we give that last year?
Yeah, they came to work last year, this year. this current year, correct? One of them, somebody retired, and she replaced her, and she had another one that quit, and she replaced her.
Okay, so they're not new
It's
positions.
not new positions, but just two new clerks that they need to go to school. So that's all that, it'll go back to the school amount next year. Is that right, Carrie, is that what you understood?
And this one's JP two and this
Yeah,
one.
he's requesting an extra part-time, $16,000. I thought we allowed him to have some extra help at one time, did we not do that?
We did for 4. That's what I did we? Early on?
So is he now he's asking for her to stay longer, or?
I think the part-time that y'all have already given him was to, take care of the truancy cases, and the one that he's requesting for first time he's continued.
And that's not in there now, that's, yeah, I would say let's keep it out with the similar philosophy, new positions.
He decided, I just think he needed it one time.
Let's say no to that.
And it's not in there.
Right, and JP3, Gary. Anything new or different on yours this time?
Yes.
What's that style
you got? Oh. The only thing that you're asking for is that, the new bench.
Your copy of these is that.
The jury's still out, so to speak, on the bench.
Okay.
I don't know what to do about that.
I just want something to work on. I got this much room, that's all I have.
I know, we're just trying to cut, I'm so far over, we're just trying to cut
The
every
bench we have never cost the county anything.
Is there anything that can be done with the millwork that is leaving the tax assessor's office?
I have no idea what you're talking about, so I don't know.
So Sherry,
Does she have a bench?
well, it's not a bench, but I'm
No,
just,
hers are just desks.
okay, I'm just thinking.
Is that the one that was about to collapse?
No, I don't think so, I don't know. Was there one gonna collapse in your office here?
No, because some of the tops are bowed.
Oh, okay.
That'd be great.
Anyway, let's get till the end of tomorrow, we'll decide whether we can leave that in or not. I want you to have space to work also. Too bad he didn't take into consideration when you built that he.
Well, and to look over too, I mean, he's 6'6", I'm 6 foot, so the top of it gets me down here.
But you do have a bench there,
I do have a bench,
okay.
yes.
I'm just remembering the
It's just
bench,
more or less, he can't
how
put
do
a
you work off of
He
a
can't put a
table?
computer on it.
I'm working off of a
Okay.
sofa table. Less than 11 inches workspace on my bench.
Plenty of room.
And it's not in there now in the dollars, it is in there,
It is in there.
so do we need
So,
to take it out
We're
today?
gonna take it out and then we'll see what happens tomorrow,
Okay.
okay?
Better be there. You better be there.
I guess I would.
Thanks, Gary.
And the least copy or some, I think,
I don't have any control of the copy cups, so that's.
So why would the copies go up so
I don't
much?
know unless they start charging for it, because we got a new copier this year. I don't know if we're paying more.
Well, it's only $5 more. It's 2,000, actual is 24. 21.
21 to 25.
I'm looking at actual expenditures. Okay, so that's good, that's good.
So Vicki, as it relates to the copier contracts that really go into all of our budgets, who's managing those increases, or how does that work?
Well, they're with Tesco's, I know that, but I have not looked at each individual period, I have not at that point. And Betty, is that on I was told right before David left, that it has been negotiated, is that right? Probably last September, October?
It is, but it's my understanding that when a department needs to upgrade their computer, they just contact us directly and make that office to make sure that they have budget to cover it. But it's pretty much an individual department contact. And that is how it's been.
Yes. It's a competitively bid out contract, it's on the state, right, Carrie, are you the same way? So we don't get involved too much with the pricing is set with the state, but it's handled in each individual department, so. Have you seen any
He's got to do it.
Well, we didn't get it, we got it different. We don't ever get a new one. We just get a new work order.
I was looking at the other JPs, all theirs are a lot lower than yours.
Well, it's because we do more work.
I knew you
You
were
can
gonna say
gauge the
that.
work by the total cost. I mean, so,
That's what they get for that.
and I'm not saying that facetiously,
I know.
I'm just saying that's the fact. But our copier, for lack of a better terminology, just quit. And most of the time when it would quit, it would be at the end of the day when we're trying to run our report for everybody. We would have to reboot it 5, 6, 8 times a day just to get to print or to get email or whatever through it. And I
How old
called,
was it, Gary? How long was y'all had it?
it was the same one that was there when I came in 2011. And so, I mean, when we upgraded, I mean, they brought us another one that was just like it. The only difference was it had a couple extra paper trays, but that was the same thing. It didn't go to color. I mean, nothing changed feature-wise, so it should be about the same cost, but I don't know. So,
Well, maybe that's the strategic planning.
I basically called them and told them they can either come get it or they bring the one that works, because I know that way it costs the county some extra money. I mean, it shouldn't have had to cost that if they could come out. But we were having them come out twice a week to repair it. Yeah, so it was something that.
Okay.
That's what,
All right, JP four.
What's the non-capital equipment that you assess?
Actually, I think he just put that in there because he had it last year. He did not have anything specific that he did this year.
So you read.
Yes.
Okay.
And Carrie, on our schedule here, jury and jury related, but we already went through those with Caroline, those were the examples.
Next is county attorney. 67, correct? Scott? What's up?
The only things, I think, we try to keep everything constant, we asked for a couple of, scanners that IT said we needed up in my check to coincide with the system we're using, and then our big shredder investigators using crashed. So, otherwise I try to keep it.
And can you pay for these out of your budget?
The two scanners we probably can. I just have to go grab and check it, but, otherwise I'll try to keep everything.
So no new people?
No new people.
Scott, on the shredder, is that, instead of purchasing the shredder, is that something, because it's $1,500, not the scanners, because if there's money in the hot check.
Yeah.
Could we use the company that Sandra uses, if they shred on site, like, do we need to buy a shredder?
I'll have to talk to them. I know some of the stuff that, I don't know, some of the stuff we shred is relatively sensitive stuff that we really are fairly cautious about letting third parties get their hands on. I'll, if we don't get it, we don't get it. I'm not gonna throw a temper tantrum about that, but I'll talk to our chief investigator, but I know there's some security concern about some of the stuff that they're shredding, particularly with our work with the other guy.
And I was only thinking through, my experience at the hospital that is, highly sensitive as well, socials and medical records and patient history. And at the time, we used, I think it's DSS, after I've been the vendor, but they shredded on site. There were some parameters that were different based on our contract at the hospital because of the sensitivity. They couldn't just pick it up and leave it. So I mean, I kind of equate that mentally, I don't know if that's fair to do, but I equate it mentally to the sensitivity of a patient's medical record, and having the flexibility to do that.
Again, I would have to check it. I mean, I don't dispute any of that. The only question in my mind, I know, again, we work with the FBI on some stuff, and they may have some additional requirements about it not leaving possession of the law enforcement agency's hands.
That makes sense. So Carrie, is there enough money in the hot check fund for the scanners, the 23?
They're not bringing in as much as they're spending right now. They do have some fund balance in there, but so their revenue is not as high as their expenses.
Yeah.
So do we just need one scanner if they don't have as much going out, as opposed to 3? Like work, I'm assuming workload is affecting the revenue coming in, the work is shifted a little bit. I don't know if that's fair, but.
Yeah, we're trying to transition to working on EFT kind of cases, electronic fund transfer cases, which I haven't seen any kind of projection on how that's going to change. For one thing, there's probably going to have to be some legislation to allow for new fees on that. Nonetheless, cases come in anyway. They're theft cases one way or the other, and that division traditionally handles that kind of financial theft case. So we're going to do it one way or the other, and so hard to say. I don't have a projection in hand about it. I'm actually kind of surprised we're seeing even where we are now hot checks, but we still continue to see them. So until the work completely goes away, we're going to have to do it.
On the fund balance carry for the hot checks, is there enough in there to cover that? 22, 23?
There is, except like I said, their day-to-day operations goes into that as well.
Oh, okay.
This year, they brought in, excuse me, today $30,000 and they spent 46. So, they're using that fund balance for their day-to-day.
But that'll run out at some point if something doesn't
Yes,
change.
they do have a balance, but unless the fees.
We've tried to be very frugal with it in light of exactly what Carrie's talking about.
And do you think 3 scanners, or is it, and I don't know anything about the work that these scanners will do, but do you think 2, 1, or indeed all 3 are?
Well, my understanding is that the scanners that we currently have, 2 of them are old. I'm proceeding based on what our division chief told me, who knows far more about this stuff than I do, about the technical end of it, and conversing with Jason. But I mean, again, we will do with what you give us.
So all 3?
Yeah, when I asked him, let me say this, what I told our department when I sent out the, okay, what do we really need this year for the budget? I was told we really need 3 new scanners. So hence they're in the budget. Otherwise, I tried to throw back anything else.
These are the ones that are set on their desktop scanners that they just.
No, I think these are bigger.
And we need them for the new hot check application. So it's something specific with that technology.
That's my understanding, yeah.
If the hot check cases are dwindling, wouldn't you think we'd need another one? I'm just saying.
No, that's a fair question.
I mean, there's very few people that still write checks, but there are some.
Oh, yes,
that
there are.
refuse to
You
go
continue to
the
see them.
Yeah.
You can't buy a debit card.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
You cannot. No.
In reference to the scanners and then being specific to the software, we found that exact same thing with Odyssey, because we have a scanner that we thought we were gonna be able to use with Odyssey and we're not gonna be able to.
Maybe they can use
No, we're using it.
it. Just saying.
But it was one we thought we could incorporate, so I'm just, I mean,
You can't. It's specific to
it's specific to whatever, how
To that
that software is written.
The beauty of proprietary software.
Right.
Well, and the cautious nature of when we make these purchases, there are always these unintended consequences that get us. Like maintenance, these ancillary purchases, storage.
We heard that this morning.
I would anticipate the storage would be the same. We're still scanning the same material into it. Of course, granted, supposedly that they're speculating that there could be maintenance issues, but again, you know, if the court sees fit to carry it back to 2, or I brought what my my subject matter expert recommended.
Let's go. Let's just take a chance, Scott. Let's do one. Can we do one? And just see how, if that works, and then if it doesn't, we'll.
If not,
You'll
see me in
feel free
you'll
to
see me in
complain.
front of that podium.
And then leaving the shredder in, Judge?
Okay, so that cuts that down to 700.
So we're gonna do one on the scanner and then leaving the shredder. I'm interested to know what's so unique about the software, you know, that it needs a particular scanner. But maybe when Jason gets here, we can ask. Just so we're cautiously watching that.
It could be like our software with our label printers that we had that were so old and made for our mainframe, that they couldn't update the drivers to work on our PCs with our new software. Could be the same issue.
Okay, anything else, Scott?
No.
Okay. Any other questions for Scott? No? Good? Right. Miranda. Oh, we've already had your budget, Judge. Would you like us to go back over it? No? Are you sure?
I'm happy with my budget.
You are? Well, we were too, apparently. We didn't change anything. Okay. Hi, Randall.
Good afternoon, folks. Where do we want to start?
Well, I know you're gonna disagree with me, but no new people. If, out of the 3, you can have a chemist, maybe. If you could.
Okay.
Okay.
Right now, today, we have 54 in custody, or people we refer to as in custody, because they're still in jail or they're bonded out. 49 of those are bonded out. Those are on review for intake right now. Those aren't the problem, because we address those and make sure we get those taken care of and keep them timely. The issue becomes the warrant cases where the person's not been arrested at all. I have 330 of those cases waiting to be reviewed today. There are 45 detectives at the Amarillo Police Department. 42 of those send us cases. Just in 1 week, a detective from the Panhandle and Berkeley Theft Unit, who's not even really in the detective unit, it's with the theft guys, sent our office 15 cases in 4 working days. Some of the cases that aren't getting reviewed are in a timely manner are kid cases, aggravated sexual assault to children, there are warrant cases, and other cases similar to that. So when I got asked what's going to happen if I don't get an extra person, I said, we're just gonna continue to be behind. Because everybody's doing everything they can do over there to get those cases done.
What's the average,
And the police department is already complaining, and has been complaining about it since last November. And I told them I wasn't gonna have to give them in person, I couldn't do that to them.
what's your average holding time right now? Your average holding time for those waiting to, warrant, for those numbers that you just quoted?
I'm not following your question.
You indicated that you
There
got a
are
lot.
330 cases where no one's been arrested that are sitting in our office waiting to be reviewed to see about possibly filing charges. So it's not a time deal on it. That's 330 cases that are sitting there that haven't been done.
How long have they been saying that?
Somewhere around that number since probably about November.
Randall, do you think this is an opportunity for the commissioners board to maybe speak with, city council? Like, I see that particular topic, I see as a collaborative effort. Like, they have an interest to move these cases as we have an interest to move the cases. Do you think this is worth us, like, as entities, talking together about how to fund something like this?
Not the city's responsibility.
No, but I think from like an overall city crime prevention, I'll just put it in that bucket, since that's,
They're fixing to raise taxes more than they've ever raised.
I've been at city council meeting, I'm very aware.
And considering some of the makeup of the court, especially with consideration of past positions of this county evidence and what happened then, I would anticipate that's a no-go from the very beginning.
But I think when we don't even ask and maybe bring the
It's not
conversation.
no place to ask.
I agree, and that's what I'm saying, is with the conversation from your court to council, for the lack of a better word, these are new initiatives, you know, that and the demand is growing. I would like to hear that as a part of the great technology purchase that we gained some of those efficiencies. So I mean, I was personally I had to look at it again, going through, but I just don't know if it's worth having the conversation again.
The efficiencies are working fine. What we didn't plan on was the Michael Morton Act taking us, adding another hour to each one of our cases, even electronically, in order to comply with that. And we didn't take into consideration Randall County going electronic with us also, which means the detectives are driving over to Randall County to file cases. The speed bump in the case management was law enforcement doing the paperwork to have to get all the cases together. So where the cases were laying in wait in the past was at the law enforcement offices, waiting for them to get to them, to put them together, then to bring to here, which is probably they spend an hour coming over here and doing it, and taking them back to the response office and that kind of stuff, when they make a run, because they try to do it all at once. But then to go to Randall County, that's probably a 2 hour, 2.5 hour deal to go down there and do all that stuff. And they have to do it twice, because then they have to come back and sign the cases and do that stuff too.
Well,
And they're not having to do that anymore.
And that's what I'm saying,
So
is
they're filing cases, and they're filing them way faster, because now that I will tell you, I also believe they're filing cases with my office that typically they probably wouldn't have worked in the past, because it's easier to file the cases and let us make a decision versus them going, I'm not gonna do all that work on that deal on my own. So we're getting a bunch of that and then having to send stuff back, hey, get this stuff and then we'll do it.
And what I'm hearing you say is, instead of them being a bottleneck, putting their cases together, now it's shifted to us, because the information's getting to us quicker. So we as an
I call
entity.
it a speed bump.
Speed bump?
It's the speed, it's the controlling factor.
Whatever we call it. So I would like to say, as a taxing entity, us and Randall, but I can only speak for us, we have come to the table in terms of dollars to put money in technology that will help their process. So hopefully, they're gaining some efficiency as a result of it. And that, to me, is the springboard for the conversation of, we took the hit, round one, you guys have benefited, great. How can we come together collaboratively to take it to the next level?
I used that board to talk to Chief Taylor and Terry Childers in regards to paying for one of the chemists to help get the lab reports quicker. Getting the lab reports quicker will help at the jail. We get the cases quicker. But it's not gonna, it's not gonna help us in getting rid of the backlog in intake cases, some of which are very severe cases.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with the need at all. I'm trying to think of a different strategy than it always falling in our budget, because we all have something to gain, including Randall County. I mean, I'm assuming they have a similar issue.
Them helping with chemists is directly tied in helping them save man hours. Because what DPS is doing now they put another step on us that I'm trying to find out about. It's gonna even create more work, not only for us, but for the Amarillo Police Department. Right now, well, I can't say right now because I think they changed the policy. We used to send the drugs to the lab, they work all of them, we get them all back, and there's one chain of custody, and you only have to take them out there one time and get them back. We try our case, our clear case, whatever, and it's done. 3 years ago, they decided they weren't going to test all the drugs anymore. What they were going to do is take an amount that was the amount that would give them to the highest punishment range, and then all the rest of it they weren't going to test. So they would at least take the other drugs there, but then what winds up happening is, and I'm going to say that more police department because they're 98% of this business, then they would get the stuff back and we would get a lab report and find out that they only tested part of the drugs. Well, the part they tested was the stuff that was sitting in the floorboard under the driver's seat, but what they didn't test was the dope that was in the driver's pocket. It's called an affirmative link, the possibility of the drugs. So then we have to let the police department know, they have to go back out there and maybe or maybe not go test it. So there's been that running back and forth for 3 years. Now, when they go out there, they're just picking and choosing what bags they think will get it into the highest punishment range. And now, it's my understanding, they're not even accepting the rest of the drugs. And it's causing our office a massive headache, and it's costing them, our police department, a bunch of man hours, including a bunch of paperwork. So that's the argument which I was able to get the Terry Childers to agree to do something about being the second part of the chemist, because according to DPS, Potter County, for this lab here in Amarillo, is by far the top business person doing business with them. And it's about a little over 1.5 chemists to just do our work. So the agreement I got with them is, if we're gonna pay for the chemist, then what's gonna wind up happening is, they're gonna test all the dope first time. We're not gonna be doing all this running back, and we're not gonna have to pull the fire alarm for the Amarillo Police Department or the SO in some cases to respond and take the dope back to it and do all that kind of stuff. So that's the trade-off on how that all happens. As for the lawyer end of it, they ain't got a stake in the criminal justice side.
No, I just meant in terms of the.
Are you speaking of looking at someone like in a local agreement with the city of Amarillo and Potter County in respect to a case?
Question to you, the city gets something out of it.
Yeah, they got, what the city got from the county hopefully is some prime efficiency because of the technology purchase we put on the table. Like, I feel like we owe it to our taxpayers to deliver something back because of the technology purchase that we made. We made a significant
Trust me,
change.
if we hadn't done that, we'd be so far behind.
Well, we did
wouldn't
it.
even be able to talk
So
about
we did it.
Right, and that's what I'm telling you, the efficiency is not the issue. It has made us much more efficient. What it's not done though is it wasn't taken into consideration the ease with which these guys can now file the cases, and so now we are the impediment in the system, not them.
Hence the reason for a motivation for an interlocal agreement. That's what I'm advocating.
For chemists and lawyers?
I don't know what it even would look like. That's not my expertise. I would be remiss.
Randall, did you come to me and say that if we get a chemist, we're paying for 2, and the city's gonna pay us back because we're getting 1 too?
The city is, The way the thing is set up, DPS wants one contract with one agency. It would be Potter County, or two. The city is gonna pay for the other, for one of them. So that would mean the county would be paying.
Where's this deal? Is there a contract out there somewhere that we can review? I've never seen anything like this.
That's what the contract holds.
Where's the contract? Do we have a copy of it?
There's nothing signed yet.
No, even a version.
I don't get the money, I don't get
No.
the position under the contract's irrelevant.
Well, but even a draft of the language in the agreement, because all I see, and I can't speak for the court, all I see is a line item. And I'm trying to assess and ask something intelligent about it, but if I don't have a contract to
I'm
refer to
telling
the
you what the
agreement,
contract's.
I'd like
will
to
say.
see it for myself.
I'm telling you what the contract will say.
I'd like to see the contract. I can't make an educated even comment.
There's not one.
Well, there's a draft.
There is a rough draft contract that left out the itemization of the, testing all the drugs at one time. That's being processed by DPS right now to correct that. And it takes a while for them to do anything. So, but that's what the contract would hold for both parties.
My biggest concern, personally, is the people in jail. So if a chemist would help get them out, get their drugs looked at quickly and their case out, that's important to me, get them out of the jail. $62 a day, or is that right, Sheriff?
But I'm just talking about chemists. I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking, I'm just talking about chemist only, not a new attorney, not a secretary. I know.
How does the process expedite those individuals that are sitting out waiting to be involved?
How would it expedite?
Well, I mean, just the chemist itself.
For those cases, for 99% of those cases, it won't, because most drug cases, the person's arrested on the scene.
Yeah, and they wait, and they wait, and they wait in the jail
The
until.
good news is, about a year ago, we were probably, or over a year ago, we were waiting about 15 months for that report. So now we're getting more like in 6 months. So
In the meantime,
I can't complain about that.
the person who's not, can't bond out, they're sitting in their jail waiting for the case to be taken, correct?
The 330, they've
No,
been
no, no, no,
arrested.
no, no.
The 49, we have 49 out of the 54 that are currently what we would refer to as in custody cases, that they are out on bond.
They're out of bond. So the other ones are in jail waiting.
That would be 5. 54, 49 is 5. Now, that doesn't take into consideration the number of people that have been arrested that law enforcement hasn't got the case to us yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about.
Okay.
Because it takes so long to get those drugs tested that they're just sitting there waiting.
Well, in some cases, we've gotten to where we file the complaint, but we're never gonna indict a case without that report. Because we have had people want to plead guilty, and then we go on and do the lab report because our obligation is to see justice is done. So we go ahead and do the lab report even if they want to plead early, because we want to make sure it really was the drug we were charging them with and not blue, which means there wasn't any illegal substance in it at all. Because that's our obligation too, to make sure we're not convicting the wrong person. So we still go ahead and get those lab reports done. They're farming those out to another independent agency. But, I can tell you for the 330 cases, since November, I've done the best I can to do whatever we can to get that number down. And as soon as we get it down, that means pulling people off of their other duties and having them do it, and we get it down some, and by the end of the week, right back up in that number. And I do not have the manpower to make that happen, to keep it down continually.
So you're asking for a chemist and an attorney?
Sports center. Been in office 12 years and haven't asked for a lawyer or an extra support. And it's not.
Is there a way to compress that, the clerk out and just look at an attorney and chemist? And share with the, report.
And let me say one other thing. It's been suggested that I take one of my lawyers that I have and put them on the intake. Okay, so the only place I take that off of, it's not intake, everybody else is in the back end, right? Disposing the cases. So if I take someone away from disposing the cases, put them in intake, guess what? There's gonna be more cases put into the system because now we're eating up that 330 cases. Right? So there's more cases getting into the front end, and now I've lost my person in the back to move those extra cases. Trust me, I thought of everything I can think of to try to do, except to come out. And I answered the judge's question from earlier in the week or last week. I guess we'll just still be behind, and I'll keep getting my butt chewed by my friends, the captain of the detective.
If we get a chemist, who's gonna use the chemist besides us?
They will only do Potter County's work.
So DPS will still be getting theirs from to ATD and Randall County.
They will only do Potter County's work.
Does that give you a more of a backlog of cases?
Pardon me?
Wouldn't that give you a more of a backlog of cases? Is that,
Well, it's good, it'll get those cases, because like I said, we don't really hold back on filing a complaint on those people. We just don't indict it. And so what happens is, the ones that don't bond out, which quite frankly, a bunch of them are capable of bonding out to do, because hey, you know that shoe box? I need you to go get my shoes and sell them. And there's, and so they go sell some more dope, and they wind up with it. You get that from phone calls, folks. And I tell you, you can get that off the jail calls. It's not a good spot. The Amarillo Police Department's killing us with the amount of cases.
they're just too efficient now? They're just too efficient now.
Well, yeah, they've used our technology to gain all kinds of efficiency.
I mean,
We didn't get human.
I was estimating the system, and of course I wasn't anticipating Randall County doing something. I didn't know what they were doing or not doing. But probably they're saving 3 hours a day and going and coming, and they're filing.
Used to do that.
Instead of doing it. And I mentioned 3 hours in Clapworthy, you know, Clapworthy, he laughed and said it's more like 4 or 5. So I don't, you might have a better.
I've made those mistakes many a time.
So the 160,000 is in here right now, it's for 2 chemists, correct?
It's offsetting 80,000 here.
Right.
So that does not even include the other positions that you're talking about, that's just the chemists. And so there's another 100,000 out there for prosecutor and support staff. Well, 100, I'm sorry, salary. Oh, salary and benefits, oh, yeah. One, yeah.
The whole package, the whole package is 154, 70 of those, 70 for the lawyer and 37 for the support staff.
What about the chemist?
The chemist is, the state does their stuff in 2 years, so it's a biannual contract. So it's legislature only meets once every 2 years to set the budgets. So it's covering a 2-year time period of $77,000 and then 78 or 79 for the second year.
So who, the state's paying the chemist? I'm trying to follow.
We will do we'll basically have contract employees with them that they will pay. We're doing interlocal agreement. They will pay at their scale what they pay the other chemists in those positions. And we're basically reimbursing the funds to them for them to do nothing but Potter County's work and do all the drug testing.
So the state's paying for 1 or 2 chemists?
The state pays for both of them. They'll be both state employees.
And all their salaries and everything are on their books, not on, I'm sorry, benefits and all that is on the state books.
We would just pay a flat dollar amount to DPS, I'm assuming annually, for the support of the chemist.
And what's that dollar amount?
We have budgeted 80,000.
80,000 each. And we're not getting reimbursed that 80,000.
The first 80 is the county's, the second is APD.
Okay. Out of our
I've
own
been trying to
dollars.
study for half an hour.
It's simple, folks. We're gonna pay for both of them, but you will be reimbursed for one of them by the city.
So I had the
what it
contract, I could prep appropriately for the conversation.
Is there any other outlet for supporting and funding this individual or two individuals?
Is it what now?
Is there any other outlet for funding these, like from the federal government, anything like that?
Now, if you get, oh, well, the funding will be tied to specific things. Like, they're gonna have to do, there's probably a domestic violence grant out there that you can probably apply for. Or, but then they gotta do the domestic violence stuff and not other stuff. So that's the one that pops into my brain, that there would clearly probably be a grant out there for that. But the fact of the matter is, Scott's the one that gets all, most of the domestic violence stuff we on.
So Carrie, outside of this line item that says DPS expense chemist 160, that piece, and then there's also this about 145 out there for the prosecutor and support staff, on top of that 160.
Correct.
It's being requested.
Correct. The only thing that's in your budget is the chemists.
Okay, so what's the total dollar?
If you add everything back in, $309,000. And don't forget, we have our debt coming on the tax rolls. The big 21 million purchase too, it's gonna hit the taxpayers.
We haven't forgotten. No.
Did it go back in?
You do one more?
No, I just said, leave it till back in.
I'll leave it till the back end.
Leave the chemist as well, or take the chemist out? Because what I'm hearing from Randall is it needs to go all together or not at all. Is that a fair assessment on my part?
What I need is a lawyer to do the stinking intake. The other stuff will save both of our offices a tremendous amount of time. And the chemist will get all the drugs tested at one point, and we don't have, it's stupid what we're having to do now. At one point, we had, so if you're gonna do anything, give me the stinking lawyer. We gotta move those cases. There's aggravated sexual assault of kids in there, there's domestic violence cases in there from people getting choked, and I don't have the manpower to have somebody doing that all the time. Period, end of story.
So if we don't do a chemist, what's the city gonna do?
They won't spend money either.
They're not gonna vote that way.
So you're
Just
saying,
like,
I'm tired of being the
just
person
honestly,
that
just like
everyone-
if they don't follow through over there and with funding their half of the chemist, why are we doing it?
It's always the county that does it. We always buy and always, oh, we'll pay back. We'll pay. No, it's good.
Well, that's what I'm saying, if they don't hold up their end of the deal, I won't
I
do
want
it.
a chemist, because I want those cases moved. But also, there's a need for these cases that are sitting there, these kids are getting abused every
I'll
day.
tell you what, I know it's $60 a day for somebody to be sitting in jail,
Yeah.
but it's a whole lot worse to have somebody out there that's committed one of these violent crimes that we're not getting to in a timely manner.
So they can
And
go
so
sit
we
in
done it
jail.
once to do it again.
It's not chicken and the egg, is it?
Yeah. But, anyway.
You've made your case. You've made
Yes,
your
you have.
case. We'll, we'll delay this until,
Until tomorrow.
March.
so are we taking it all out or leaving it in? I'm just trying to make sure I'm following them.
I'd like to see us leave it in. And,
Everything?
I think the attorney and one chemist, or two chemists, I don't know. It has to be one or two chemists. Maybe one, or does it have to be two?
Well, here's the deal. If you're gonna pay for one, the city's gonna pay for the other. So the double
So
up
it's
is
just one,
on the city.
we're just paying for one chemist, but he wants a chemist, an attorney, and a secretary. We want 3 people.
But in the package, we're looking at 2 chemists.
And one's
And
gonna
Yeah,
one
but
attorney.
there's no,
Even though it is paying for one, then we won't get paid.
yeah, we can.
If you pay for one chemist, the city's supposedly going to be paying for the other chemist. So it's 2 for
Bad
1.
word to use in the budget.
Terry Childers has assured me that that is in the budget.
Well, they're in budget negotiations.
But that's just like we are, and that's what I'm saying. If they don't come through, if he doesn't come through with that in there, I would suggest.
Okay, so you wanna leave it in, HR?
I think we can maybe cut the secretary.
See what
Can we cut the secretary?
So I was just talking to one about that.
Okay.
We've already discussed that too, right?
I mean,
Cutting the secretary, we discussed that as well.
It's all or nothing.
The lady
That's
that's,
insane.
Haley's the person over there that's doing all this intake stuff, that's taking all the things law enforcement sending to us, and then she is running in circles. So there's that position, and then, another spot for somebody who's learning that needs help in disposing of those. In other words, I got the support staff person, they would be helping 2 other people do their jobs to keep up with what's going on with the overwhelming amount of intake that we get sent to us.
So, leave it all in, yes?
I say
Kirsty
no.
said no. Leon?
For now, we roll up.
For now, we'll leave it in. We'll leave it in for now. We'll see where we, because I'm short tomorrow afternoon.
Okay. I just want to say I'm not making this stuff up. That's where we're at.
I'm just personally a little disappointed because we went through all the technology process and I would like to report something different for our taxpayers.
Okay.
But I understand what you're saying, it's a very valid point, so I'm not negating the need,
The efficiency has worked. There's nothing wrong with what we've done. It has worked, and I can't even start to imagine what it would be if the PD was sending us that stuff electronically and we were still doing paper.
but we have not demonstrated that fiscally to our taxpayers. The city taxpayer, which, and obviously in the city, we're talking the same person, I would like to be able to report a loop back to the taxpayers, hours that are paying on our budget dollars. That's the piece that I'm looking for.
I can tell you that if we had not done that, we'd be spending 2 hours doing the Michael Morton stuff on each case instead of 1. Just for the Michael Morton part of the discovery. It's a massive amount of stuff these folks are sending us now. And you can ask the sheriff about all the extra stuff they send compared to what the normal case is anymore. It's ridiculous, but that's the law. So, doing the technology is absolutely a wonderful thing. Well, I'd be in here asking for a whole lot more.
I think one aspect of that might address what you're talking about, Commissioner, is the fact that the Michael Morton Act imposed a tremendous unfunded mandate from the county. What you have effectively done with the technological update is go a long way towards taking care of that unfunded mandate.
Something you can report to the taxpayer. What you got, that's what you got.
Yeah, just not something tangible, and then I'll let it go. But, as an example, Julie said, we're hoping to do this, and we're doing attrition, we're not doing 2 positions. That's a great tangible milestone to be able to say to our taxpayers. When you see this line item, because we're all just normal people, no one is a finance expert through this process, and to be able to loop back and help demonstrate that. That's the piece.
It'd be nice if, and that was the whole intention of doing that. But Michael Morton, when we started doing this, wasn't on the table, and how it ended up being was unknown. And then the unknown factor of what Randall County did was what's happening with the APD being totally electronic.
Which was also unfunded, they made us do it. I mean, you had to do it, we had to try, because it was going, yeah, we had to.
all those cases out.
Yeah, and that's the other thing.
The things that have affected the situation adversely are things totally that we cannot control. But the electronic deal has been a wonderful thing for the prosecution offices.
And that's just what I was gonna say, a lot of this is nothing we can control. It's the numbers of crime, the types of crime. If we could control that, then we'd be sitting in high God.
Well, and I think what's disheartening for the county as a whole, and we've gone through this community assessment before, we have some very startling statistics in this county, and it is increasing at a rapid pace. So it's disheartening because we're obviously looking at the dollars to continue to prosecute for crimes that people have done in jails, and so the punishment side, we have very few visibility into the prevention side that you can't effectively measure. You can't really say, we helped 100 people, 200 people not commit the crime. And it's struggling, we continue to struggle with this county, and it's gonna get worse without something shifting. And we're not, I don't know of any local initiatives at our county that we're aggressively going to try to look for those things. Because we're still, addressing what's coming down the pipeline, the river, the flood, I guess I would call it at this point.
We will have the same efficiency that the Amarillo Police Department's having if I can get somebody to get the intake into the system.
But then I'm gonna have
And
the
the
sheriff,
lawyer- and the
rightfully
lawyers to
so,
review
he's
it.
gonna have a valid comment a year or two from now and say, commissioners, your jail is full, and we are bursting at the seams. So it's the domino effect. I'm looking at you, keep me honest, Sheriff. I know you will. But so then it's the domino, and so the root of that is the preventative piece that it's not our strength today. We can do better.
Well, that's what he's asking. He's asking for help so he can do better, and you said no.
No, I'm saying better from them not committing the crime to begin with.
I guess that's, we've thrown around strategic planning a lot today, but, is that even the job of a government prevention?
I don't know, fiscally, we're paying the cost of not having something in
No,
place.
but legislature tells us we have to do this other end. They don't say anything that we have to do.
Legislature does a lot of unfunded.
All right, let's move on. General judicial, page 71.
We're skipping that one. I don't have any.
Belmont, there's nothing. General judicial, is that right? That was next? Yes. Is there anything significant on this, Karen, that we talked about the,
Just so we know, we'd like y'all to look at the salaries extra help, which is what we pay our visiting judges. I think each of you got a copy of the spreadsheet that I did on where that money is going.
yes.
There's quite a bit used in County Court Law 1, I remember.
Most of it.
Okay, thank you.
To address this, I called 8 counties yesterday and talked to auditors, either by phone or email, to find out what they're doing with county court of laws and other counties similar size, Terrywood gave me similar size counties, that had more than one CCL and whoever, many district courts. The visiting judge salary, of course, for a district judge comes out of the state's pocket, y'all just pay the travel expenses. But for a county court at law judge, it comes out of your pockets. And so we have an open budget where we spend just as much money as y'all can find to throw at it. And I think it's time that it be addressed, that it needs to have a ending, this is all we're gonna spend. And to date now, we've spent $27,256 in one court and $2,572 in the other. So $27,000 in one, $2,500 in the other. I've got a probate case, and I'm not happy with the probate judge I got. He's a specialized judge out of Athens, because it's the Lee Bivens multi-million-dollar probate, and that's gonna cost us. But so far, it's $2,500. But I've used one visiting judge other than my probate case one time this year. I typically only use a visiting judge one day a year. If I'm not here, it just doesn't happen, and I stack it back up. Tom Green County, which is San Angelo, has 2 CCLs, I gave you that. They spend $6,600, so $3,300 court. Brazos County has 2 CCLs, theirs was quite a bit more, 83 for one court, 68 for the other. Parker County, which is Weatherford, spends $2,000 a court. Lubbock has 3 CCLs, 0. Randall County has 2 CCLs, 10,000, that they share between the courts, so 5 each. Como County, New Braunfels, 0. Gray County, I got no response. So, I'm suggesting to you that you put a top on it, and I would suggest $10,000, which I think is outrageous per court. I would really rather have less, but you gotta start somewhere. You're spending between 30 and 40 a year, and it's time for y'all to put a top on it.
Amen.
I agree.
Well, thank you for
I totally
this.
agree. And I think we need to do that. You need anything from me?
So what that means, from a tangible perspective, Carrie, because our budget should be the top. That should be the threshold. So when we're looking at a line item where we've budgeted 20,000 this current year, and then we have expenses to date of 27,000, to me, the top.
Together, you've spent almost 30.
So explain to me.
Because we added another $3,800 in the last month.
Explain to me why we are spending that kind of money. What's going on?
Well, in my court, I had one judge because I had a findings of facts on a termination case due to the Court of Appeals, and I'd already asked for one continuance, so I had a judge come practice for me. And the other thing is that lead business probate case that involves about 16 lawyers between Florida and Amarillo, and I don't have the time to do that or the expertise. The other court, I have no idea. I don't know that, Colleen.
Well, there's something going on in the other court that I'd like to have some explanation about.
I'm not that judge.
Anybody have a clue what's going on here?
I think it needs to be addressed by that judge directly. I don't think anybody can speak to that. I think it's the elephant in the room. But when you say cap it, you're suggesting cap it at 20, which is what we have currently budgeted. Did I hear 10 per court?
10 per court. I don't want the other court to use my money.
I even think
Because
that's.
I do expect this probate's gonna cost.
So you're suggesting a split line item, is what you're suggesting, 1 and 2. I would advocate for that.
And, unlike Randall, who wants more money, I want less.
Randall, she's spoken at you.
So when we get back to that.
First time in 12 years.
Yeah. You picked on Randall a little bit. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We will certainly take that into consideration. I think we need to just put that somewhere, Carrie, where we can just come up with a simple amount.
Do we need a policy to govern that, Scott? I mean,
I don't know.
How you adopt your budget is, as far as how you divvy up your line items, is a matter within your discretion.
we need to split it out to do that.
And actually put the budget in the court, not in the general judicial, it needs to be in the court.
Okay. So these are the only 2 courts that money goes to.
Well, we have 2 different line items. We have one for the actual salaries that Judge Sherman was speaking of, which is for courts of law. And then we have another line item that currently has 30,000 in it, and that's for any judge's actual travel expenses. We have to pay mileage or per diem, lodging, whatever. And that is used by all 7 judges. And occasionally at JP as well. If you'll note on the page that I gave you, to date, there's 5 district courts to date in this fiscal year has spent $610.
Yeah.
So they're not spending, it's just travel, they're usually Lubbock, retired Lubbock judges have to pay their mileage up there. But $610 versus $30,000 is quite a lot.
Okay, good. We need to come up with an amount then.
20, it wouldn't change the budget, we'll just would
I
slot.
think it needs to be less.
10 each? Less than 10 each?
I'm just saying, y'all think about it, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
You got number, Judge?
I'm sorry,
So
sir?
less than 10, you would be comfortable with 10,
I've never spent more than $3,000, I usually spend less than 1,000.
Yeah.
And I've been here 18 years.
I'm saying maybe.
So generally, what
That's
you,
why I think it's outrageous.
so what you do is if you're not gonna be there, you change your docket to someplace else.
I got 3 days off last week, we worked like dogs the 2 days I was here, and we've been paying for it the week before, and suddenly we're all caught up. And you can check
So
the
you
jail
just-
stats, I'm pretty darn clean in the jail. And I'm trying cases that are 6, 7 months old, not years old.
You just gotta show up. That's right. That's right.
That's all right. So you answer my question.
You say 10, I'll say 8.
I'll take 8. Let's say 8, if there ever were an unusual case that we had to have a visiting judge, there's always contingency if that happened to occur. I'm past maternity leave, so there you go.
Did you say 80?
8.
8. So 8, 16, 16. I'm a little less now.
What about the 30,000 for the actual travel expenses? Do y'all want to cut it back as well?
Which one is that?
I think so, yeah. Let's cut that back to,
That's the one on the screen.
yeah, you wanna cut that back to about 15, or is that too much?
It was 20 last year.
16 is the most we've spent the last 5 years.
Let's do 15. Let's do 15.
And is that 798 on that you're talking about?
Yes. Sorry, it's not on the screen.
Carrie, on this,
It would be, where did we see? Where's that first one, the first one we're talking about, Carrie, where's it, what line item is it?
It's this first one that says salary.
Oh, salary, district judges, yeah.
But I will zero it out in this department.
Okay. Okay.
on this budget as well, Carrie, interpreter fees gone up quite a bit. We know the reason for that?
They charge way too much.
Yeah, but we also don't have a contract with anyone that limits that. We don't have any policy, they just have.
We tried, in the course when realistic ones.
Yeah, we're still being charged, one of the firms is charging us a minimum of 3 hours and it's $85 an hour, even if they're for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Most of the others charge a minimum of 2 hours, and I think they're charging us $55 an hour.
So we just budget for the increase instead of addressing the firm that's charging us the minimum hours? It's the same issue with what we've just talked about, the visiting judges. It's the budget and the money's gone.
It's been on the agenda a couple of times, and we've never had a resolution. We've tried.
We tried.
We
have like 40-something languages.
Yeah, that's
We
why.
got a problem.
That's why. As a matter of fact, Caroline, your husband then called me and said, I have a case that we had to have a guy, somebody from Somalia.
No, you've got a lot from Somalia.
Yeah, it's, you know it's a problem, so it's, we can't get it a set rate on it, we can't, because
They found one, translator out of California.
Yeah. It was a really weird language.
Yeah.
And they have to be in-person translation?
I don't know.
So I know on the medical side, I mean, they use Language Link and have access to an amazing array of services and have it be a conference call, and certainly there's technology and Skype, and you can do all kinds of things, video.
We talked about that, he and I talked about that, and he said there was some
I just
particular
don't know.
reason they had to be here in person on this particular
Is
case.
there a law that governs that stuff?
Well, I don't know of any law that authorizes teleconference for interpreter services, either in the Code of Criminal Procedure or under the Civil Practice and Remedies Code for civil matters such as CPS cases. So in this case, the question is, because we're a county, we have to have a law authorizing it, not look at, does the law tell us we can't do it? So I don't know of any authors. So as it stands, I would have to agree with Jeff Woodward's conclusion that we don't have any authorization to do it other than what is traditionally envisioned, and that is having an interpreter sitting in the courtroom.
And I think Amarillo is so unique. Obviously, our refugee population has gotten a lot of discussion even at the school district level. So is that, I mean, I feel like that's something we should be advocating for to our legislators to relook at this, because we are bound by these expenses by not being able to use technology to offset that.
On the interpreter show, Judge Woodward, we have what's turned into a very bad situation where we've had to put a case off because the initial interpreter that we had was interpreting in the wrong dialect of the specific language that the guy was talking. And it became very clear when the defense we finally found somebody in Oklahoma City it was the right dialect. It's very clear that the guy that's doing the initial interpreting and the guy and the defendant, they were not on the same page, and they just kept on going.
I understand Burmese is like that. Often, some of the dialects can't even understand each other. The same sort of language.
This is from like a village in the mountains. It's like 400 people, and they don't go much of anywhere, so I mean, it's really rare. Anyway, it's kind of on the city can do it, but then what that's resulted in is all the witnesses, they use the same person to interview the defendant for interpreting as they did all the witnesses that they talked to. So now we're in the process with another interpreter, but going back through that process of interviewing all the witnesses again, because there's a great likelihood that has been done wrong. And so what I'm telling you, we're having to be very careful about what we do, because in some of these countries, there's places that they just don't go anywhere, so nobody else knows their language. It's like twins having their own language, you know, and they're copy. So, just FYI.
But how do you assess
that stuff doesn't come out cheap.
I mean, how do you assess that whoever, I would like to think whoever's coming with these price tag, these dollars, has some type of accreditation that indeed they are translating for the dialect that you think they're translating for. How do you assess that? How do you know?
Well, you would think that the guy would realize that the guy doing the interpreting that, wait a minute, we're not together on what's going on. Literally, like for the random ones, which are absolutely critical in talking to the defendant, there was not a proper communication of those warnings to that defendant at all. Not according to that translation, according to our new translator. So it's caused all kinds of issues for the case and otherwise, and it's a homicide case. So, but you would think, wait a minute, he and I are not on the same page. Would come out of somebody's mouth. And basically, that's not the only way I know to do that if you get in one of those really. And Scott's right, one of these, we have identified a few folks at the sheriff's department. Brian's been nice enough to let's have access to those folks if we give them.
Don't they have to be certified?
I actually think for the two of us, well, for doing some of the interpretation stuff, the court certified stuff's got to be the court. So that's when you got to take care of that. But for the other stuff, and those two deputies went and talked to the expert that we've got now here that was helping us undo all this stuff. And he took them to the paces and told us that absolutely Brian's two people were definitely capable of translating appropriately and all that kind of stuff. And the person that we're using to undo all of it is actually the defense lawyers hired that person to be the interpreter. For the trial, for the court, it's going to be for the defense. So he's the one that's recommending those two folks help us. If the defense lawyer's expert is recommending them, it's going to be hard for the defense to complain that they're not doing it right.
I'm surprised that's not a conflict of interest in some way. It would seem.
Sheriff, are they employees or are they prisoners?
I mean,
They're two of my employees.
Okay.
Yeah, it's important. It's important.
That's part of the trustee program.
The sheriff has helped us tremendously in being very diverse in his hiring.
Yes.
That's the best way to put that.
Okay.
And then one final question on that one, Carrie. The capital cases, 300 to 500,000.
Right, that also includes the civil commitment cases, and Brandon will be better to explain that.
The focusing on aggravated sexual assault of children and some other sex crimes, what they call the civil commitment end of it, when they're getting ready to throw out, they get it reviewed by psychologists at the prison system to determine whether or not they're possibly a future danger to society still. So depending on what they determine, then there's also been special legal requirements that have to be met, the offense and that kind of stuff. And so then, in the past, for this last legislative session, the special prosecution unit did all of those in Huntsville, and there was a special prosecution civil commitment team. They did all those trials, got all the expert witnesses. You're going to be in for, and the Senator Whitmire and another senator from Houston decided that it was time for those cases. Those weren't the state's responsibility to take care of it, they were the responsibility of the jurisdiction that sent them into the penitentiary. Oddly enough, it was his idea to do this in the first place. But now he's, anyway, so now what they did, they passed a law and put it back on anyone selected that they believe is going to be a future danger. The case goes back to the court of original jurisdiction of felony offense that put them in prison. So just say, for example, an aggravated sexual assault case got tried in, or pled in Judge Emerson's court. Then instead of going and special prosecution unit doing it, where there's all the psychiatrists and all that stuff, and they're all familiar with it, there's absolutely, there was a district court that was set up specifically to do those hearings, and that really became a problem. There was a judge that held that bench. He'd been privately reprimanded, publicly reprimanded. Nobody would run against him though, because that's the only cases they do, that stuff, nobody would do. So he'd keep getting reelected in office. And the two senators finally had enough. And literally, there's not a race, there's not anything that judge had spewed out on the record some derogatory comment about. And they got tired of it, and so they said that was the driving force that now got all of them pushed back to the local places. Per 1,000, the county that has the most people on civil commitment is Potter County.
So that'll change in 2020 because we will no longer, with the growth that the residential growth that Randall's experienced, we will no longer be the biggest county. I think that'll be Randall by 2020. How do you think? That'll shift.
Per 1,000 population. So the numbers are tabulated per 1,000, so it's 4 inmates for whatever, so Harris County's got way more people than we do. But per 1,000, when you break it down to 1,000 people population, we have more than anybody else in the state. Because they're doing it in the number block of 1,000 population. So here's the deal. We have to do them. There will be at least one psychiatrist examination involved. The other issue is nobody up here knows about it. The court may not be familiar with, the county judge is probably familiar with some of the issues we have in getting courts. The district judges are, at the time of the hearing, there's only 2 people that are ready to do those courts anymore. And so we're doing our best not to piss them off. So we'll keep doing them. If a case gets tried, it's probably $100,000 deal because of all the medical expert testimony that's involved. The problem is nobody up here knows anything about doing that or the testing or any of that kind of stuff. So the inmate's probably not even here. So everything's going to happen somewhere else, and there's going to be some travel involved. Thus far, we've had 4 cases. All 3 of the 4 we have been able to dispatch or take care of either because they didn't legally qualify or other things other than trial. And book's still out on the floor. So, but when that got shifted to us September 1st last year, and I talked to Carrie and I just said, look, here's how much this thing's going to cost. Actually, I came into court too. They're going to be expensive, but I think the money ought to come from that account. So I recommend, like I said, Carrie, that we just allocate death penalty cases and those cases together for the budget because we haven't used that death penalty since 2005. So that's what But it will, the trial will be an expensive one if we do it because of the experts. The other choice, if they're found to be a danger, we have a jury trial. That's, or person agrees to be civil, otherwise it's a jury trial, it would be expensive.
Okay, any questions on that? Page 72, indigent defense, there's nothing on that. Forensic science lab. Is this for the A to D people, or no? No, it's not, no, this is the actual autopsy.
Wow, 350 to 450. Just based on more murders?
Well, they went up from 2,200 apiece for the higher level to the 2,750. That was one of them. And then the 2,000s went up to 2,250.
With the vendor that we use with prices? Is there much competition in the market for that? I mean, are there other people that,
People are dying to get in there for some reason, I don't know.
Yeah, that's for Dave.
Yeah.
I should have been there.
So that's just what it's gonna be, right?
Randall County had a contract with Lubbock MB and he was charging $4,000 a pop. So, no, there's not another one. Yeah.
Okay, moving on to constables.
Constable Mark said that they were all tied up this afternoon and asked if they could be addressed for Saturday.
All of them tied up?
Had to be in their reports, I believe.
Oh. All right, that brings us to the sheriff.
Everybody run down.
Do we need a break? Break, by your break.
Break, I went back to
How was your meet and greet this morning?
Wonderful. Actually, very well. Over 60 people showed up.
Really? You didn't have donuts, did you? You did, just coffee, that's all? You disappointed, donuts are.
I did have one lady that was a little upset with that. It was very good.
I read you did
Very
that.
positive. Very, very positive.
That's good.
I can't say that. It's just not as one.
Is it right over here? Does it show you?
No, we didn't.
Where was that?
Sometimes that was just.
Oh. Okay, let's see here, where do we start?
Well, I can tell you right now, you go to the vehicles and you remove one of the top.
Really? Just made my day.
Well, there's a reason for it.
Oh, you could ask for something else.
No, it's a sorry reason.
Okay.
Because the one that we needed to replace was involved in an accident with Craig, so we're getting that replaced through.
Okay,
So we're
okay.
gonna do that.
How is he about?
Not good.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so we're taking away one Tahoe?
So this new 5 Tahoes and 2 vans.
What does that add back into it?
42 then.
42?
Which account are we on, Carrie? I can't see the top of that.
3160.
3160.
77.
Page 76. Okay, so, let's see.
The only other thing we have in that line item is the body cameras, which we got the grant for that, and we also want to try to include the cameras. The cameras we have in our cars are at 5 cm, and so we're wanting to go with the taser top.
So, but is that through the grant? No. Or we have to talk about for the fleet?
Grant's gonna come $43,990. So whatever the difference is between that and the 70.3.
know there is some cost savings if we do both, the body cameras and the car cameras. Like we get the cameras for free.
Sheriff, where will all this data get stored at?
The cloud, and it's all done through Taser, it's called evidence.com. And I've talked to Jason about that when we first started looking at it. We could either buy a server to store it ourselves, which you almost have to have a person to be able to pull the stuff off of there and store it in there, because it's, to be able to, I mean, if we just have a server, it just throws it in there, so there's no way of cataloging it or being able to pull it out or to redact it with the evidence.com that comes with Taser. They will catalog it by our number, by officer, also redact, it has a redaction that we can pull it out for open records requests too. So it's kind of like Jason told us, he said, you know, he said, there's something to be said in that savings, even though it seems like it's high, just to have a person to do that full time is what you always have to have.
Well, what about maintenance and support to support something like that down the road?
The maintenance is fair, I'm not gonna lie to you.
And where will that come in the budget if we make this
That's just
purchase?
something that we're gonna have to continue with our budget.
Do we know that dollar amount from a maintenance perspective?
Yeah, you know, I'm sorry, I didn't bring that stuff with me today.
Well, just, you know, we've seen now, this is year one of seeing the maintenance on the prosecutor package, the JP package, and so there's an easy 200 grand difference this year. And then, once we're live, we're at the mercy of their increases, if you will, because they have all of our information.
Well, unfortunately, that's just technology. When it comes to computers and technology, there's always that in this meeting. I mean, that's just part of it. I think Jason agree with that statement. Unfortunately.
But I'm just wondering if we need to get, like, neither one of these are, I certainly realize from the grant perspective, which, you know, sounds, it is good, not surface level, but it is good that there's a grant to that, but there is a cost after that grant. And then, replacing the equipment even down the street.
That's the thing with these tasers. Again, my memory here. During the 5-year period, every 2 years they will replace the cameras. That's part of the package, we go up to a 5-year extension.
What about the fleet cameras, does that fall in the same bucket, or is that a different agreement? Because the grant is just for the body
Just for the
ones,
bike,
right?
and the car cameras are required by all the original.
The car cameras. So is this a replacement?
Yes, they will replace what we have now. They're at the end of life, we've had them for 5 years, and our server is not current enough, would be the correct statement to say that we can't get the upgrades on it. They've done some manual upgrades on it. It's
Not
just
storage. I need if you can give me the amount on this, and carry
You know which item, Judge?
on both of them, the maintenance and the fleet cameras. The difference in the grant. Is that right? Okay, you have a corrected amount on your education travel. Is that?
That's an amount that we get from the state of Texas, we never know for sure.
Oh, okay.
In fact, so the sheriff would like to go ahead and zero that out, when we actually get the money, then we'll budget the expense, so we're sure we're matching.
This is stuff that we get from the state. District.
Okay. I think this looks okay to me. I don't know. I was
Well,
proud of it.
We did, I mean, honestly, we went through and we didn't ask for anything above and beyond what we've done. I know you'll see the cell phone things in there, but it's really a wash because we're moving from corrections to enforcement, so there's not an increase there on the cell phone. The only thing that we've really increased was the groceries, and of course, the housing supplies and medical supplies that you're well aware of them, our medicine and drugs, as you're well aware of, is really kind of eating our lunch. I will tell you that, and I just want to throw this out for the court, mainly just, I don't know where to go. We've got a county doctor for 25, 30 years, I don't know how long, but he's probably to the point of getting ready to retire. And we increased his salary last year, which was the first time in 15 years or something like that. But I would foresee if next year is not the year after. He's had some pretty tough medical issues, cancer and some heart disease. So I don't know what that's going to be. I don't think that we'll ever find, I'm just going to throw this one out there, I don't think we'll find another doctor that's willing to take on what he does for the price that he's being paid from it. In fact, right now, most of the time we have his PA at our office, and she does most of the work. But he has been healing.
So that's a good point, Sheriff. Do we think even moving forward that we need a true medical doctor versus a PA? That has, you have a wider array in the market of PAs.
And that's above and beyond me. I think you still have
constitutional minimum for provision of medical care. You're gonna need somebody to prescribe.
Like an attendant.
Someone who can write a script.
You're still gonna, a PA still gonna fall under a doctor somewhere.
Right. And you're still gonna wind up paying for that one.
I don't think we find those for
And that's with our teaching institutions, like, I know at, Tech, we used to have, I know I'm gonna call them something wrong, at the hospital, we, internalist, I think that's wrong, but, where they would work just on the hospital floors, they weren't physicians out in the market, and they would, would have an attending physician too, but that was their skill set on the hospital floors, in particular for patients that didn't have an attending doctor, like their own family doctor.
And that's something to look at. Like I said, I haven't really explored it. It's just one of those things that I want to throw out there that may be coming down the road. Very young, I mean, we have pretty new doctors over at Texas Tech too, so you have to worry about that as well.
What is Dr. Lacey's salary right now? You know what I'm telling me?
Yes.
What is it? That's awesome. I know, it's not full time, but still,
It's very low.
Yeah.
He comes one day a week, however, they call him 7 days. They have to run everything through. And like I said, the Texas Tech thing, I'm not opposed to looking at that. It's just that somebody, whoever does that is probably gonna have to be a wide array of, expertise. It's not gonna be just a single thing. We have everything.
We can run a contract.
Be on call or something.
I don't know how we're handling it. I know that every time we looked at going to a medical service, doing away with ours, they actually came in and gave us a bid, and it was, $1 million just to come in and overtake, and that was taking on our people. They just come back in and said, thanks. See you later. I mean, we didn't even break it. There's no back. And that was a year. I was gonna say, it was 17.5.
Yeah, it's 35.
And then, I want to say, something like
That's the 625, so we pay twice a year.
On the capital, Carrie, I know we talked about the one Tahoe, but I was double check. Were there vans in there as well?
two vans. And I know you called the other day asking about mileage on our vehicles, and I just wanna kind of, you bring a valid point, just by asking about the mileage. But I also wanna bring this to you, just,
But Sheriff, who else of the moment?
I understood that you had called and asked about
Promise?
mileage.
No.
Somebody did, wanting to know our mileage
I
on
don't
the vehicle.
suppose you're. Here,
Oh, okay. I just knew somebody.
I take the blame for a lot of things, Sheriff.
I
will call
apologize.
you
I will
directly,
apologize.
always.
Well, and that's what threw me, because I thought, you always call me. And I thought, even if you didn't call my office, she has my cell number.
I always call you.
When they told me it was you, I was like, anyway, what I do want to throw out there though is like on the jail vans, what I've had them do is go back, they gave the mileage on that 6 days ago. And from then to the day, one of the vans we've already driven 1,800 miles, one of them we drove 375, neither one of those have been on a road trip. That's just one around town. The Tahoes that we have in our patrol fleet right now, we had one in 6 days has gone 956 miles, one that's gone 31 miles, one for 1304. We have one that's 500, one that's a little over 625, and one that's 1293. That's in 6 days. Those vehicles are running. We have to realize our rides are running 24/7. As you can see, some of the lower ones don't run, they may run 2 shifts, but not 3. So.
Who drives the Volkswagen? You?
No.
No? Is that, what is that?
That's what they
That's
found.
it. Oh, the clowns.
Okay, so
Oh,
I haven't seen
okay.
Volkswagens like that.
Okay,
I couldn't get in one of those little police cars over there at the city.
So Sheriff, do you normally rotate 6 or 8 vehicles? Usually do 8, and so you.
If you remember last year, we pulled in 2 Tahoes last year. And now with this one that was wrecked, we just need 5. That'll bring us back up. We'll be okay until the next 2
So we're
years.
not gonna get to a point where we need to replace 10 because you're reserving those 2 for the.
Because I have 2 of those two of the ones that we replaced were our supervisor vehicles, which were fairly low in mileage. Those are the ones that are SROs around them. They'll be out there they should be out there for quite some time. The ones in the patrol vehicles are the ones that we replace every 2 years. So we should be okay until 2 years from now. And then we'll go back right
Okay. Nothing under special crimes, everything's the same there. Sheriff's office is all the same. Thank you. It's just, I don't even know what to tell you about that.
I don't know where to go with that.
I don't either.
I think it's something that needs to be thrown out there. I know that,
Is APD's getting those next in 2017, is that correct? Is that right? Year
I'm,
2017?
what I'm hearing is probably 2018.
I thought they're signing a contract next year.
Right, I talked to the auditor yesterday, and she said they're gonna sign the contract, they anticipate signing the contract in January, but the project won't be complete until 2018.
Well, let's let
Same
somebody else
thing
go
with Randall's
first.
company, that's correct.
That
Or is
is
that
Randall.
Randall? Yeah, that's Randall. They're signing their contract in January.
Oh, okay.
They'll
Great.
go live in January of 18. And it'll take them about that long to get everything set.
Let's see how they do.
So, the problem is if we continue to wait, and I just throw this out, I know all of you went to the meeting. Randall County gets that and goes in 18, we wait, we will not be able to communicate with them. Same with the city. I know they're still doing RFP or whatever to get theirs, also. They go, we'll not be able to communicate with them. You gotta chase one through town or whatever, a shooting or whatever, we won't be able to hear that. And that's the disadvantage of us, I'm not going to this. I know that there's been some talk about trying to go with the city and getting this all under one. There's really just 2 radio people out there, Motorola and Harris. I think they're really, I know they've talked to Harris, and I know that Motorola is also putting in a bid on their radios for the city. last week at the sheriff's conference, and I talked to a lot of people, a lot of the different sheriffs about the other company. They're very low end on the front end as far as coming in and saying, here's what we got for you, we're gonna set it up, we'll fix it up. And then after they get done, you go, well, you told us it was